Hello, welcome to Search with Sean Live. I'm super excited about this. Hopefully it works. It's the first time we're on live stream on the channel, so many things can happen. But hopefully it goes okay, and I'll try and fix any problems that come along. I'm trying to look at comments on YouTube as we go. So if anything bad happens, do let me know if you can hear me, if you can hear the videos, hopefully, because I don't want you to miss anything. And we've got all day. Well, not really. I've got things to do as well, but I can fix it and we can go over it. So yeah, do let me know if you can hear me, if you can hear the videos when they come up. And anyway, we'll get going. I've got some admin to get out of the way, scripts, to go through, just to make sure I don't miss anything. And then we'll get on to the videos, which you'll want to see, obviously. So yeah, let's get going. Like I say, any problems, do let me know. You can hear me, and let's get going. So yeah, I'm really excited. So you join me as we dive into some exciting lineup of pre-recorded videos covering a wide range of digital marketing topics. As I mentioned on my LinkedIn, there's something here for everyone, literally. So yeah, do sit back, take notes, enjoy. And obviously this is recorded, so don't worry about that. Obviously, if you enjoy this type of content, don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel, Search with Sean. You can find, obviously, we got all the latest news and insights. We chat with industry experts on all range of topics. So yeah, it would really help out the channel if you go and subscribe, or just watch any of the videos, like, share, whatever you want to do. Just a quick heads up is, basically LinkedIn's streaming capabilities aren't as good as YouTube. Well, I say not as good, but they don't run as long. So if we do go over, it could cut out after 4 hours. So as you probably see down the bottom, I do recommend that you go on YouTube and watch it via that stream instead of LinkedIn. So yeah, just a heads up. But yeah, as I say, don't worry, because this is all recorded and it'll be uploaded, and the videos will be uploaded separately as well, probably. So you won't miss anything too much, but you get first glimpse here anyway. So yeah, without further ado, we'll dive into the videos and the content, because we've got a lot. Say we've got 9 great videos. I've watched them all. They're very insightful. I learned loads. I've taken notes myself and did things to my to-do list. So yeah, do let me know if you can hear me. I'm just looking at comments on YouTube. Nothing's said yet, so I think we're okay. But yeah, do let me know if you can't hear me or hear the videos when they come up. So the first one is someone who's been on the channel, actually, and you probably know her, but Amanda Walls. And this is all about content strategy for the modern search journey. And the video explains how to understand and track user intent and behaviors, and reviews Google's updates focused on user intent, and offers strategies for aligning content with evolving user needs. So let's try and get the video up. Let me know in the chat if you can't hear it. We can always restart it if we need to, but hopefully it will work. I have tried to test these things, but it's very different in the real world, as we know. So let's give it a crack. Make sure we get the right one.
I'm really excited to be here on Search with Sean. Thank you very much, Sean. So I'm going to be here to talk to you today about SEO and user intent content strategy for the modern search journey. So let's get started. Firstly, hi guys, I'm Amanda. I'm the director and owner of Cedarwood Digital, which is a marketing agency based in Manchester. We specialise in SEO, digital PR and paid search. I've got over 15 years experience in this space, nearly 20 years now. I used to be a print and TV journalist, and I absolutely love to travel in my spare time, particularly to Asia, which is where I grew up. But enough about me, let's get started. We're here to talk about user intent. But first and foremost, let's define what user intent actually is. So user intent is the purpose or goal behind a user's search query. So it's the reason why someone types a specific phrase into a search engine, reflecting what they're hoping to accomplish or learn. So in SEO, understanding user intent is essential because it helps to ensure that the content we create matches the content that users are looking for. And whether that's for an information, whether it's navigating to a particular website, making a purchase, or comparing products and services before making a decision. Now there's 4 different types of intent. The first one is informational intent. And this is where users are seeking specific information or answer to a question that could be something like how to bake a cake, what is SEO, what's the weather like today. And the content types that we often see here with things like blog posts, how-to guides, FAQs, and educational visitors. And the goal really is to educate or inform users about a topic without any direct commercial agenda. The second is navigational intent. So navigational intent is where someone's wanting to go somewhere that could be to a specific website or a specific page. An example would be things like a Facebook login, YouTube, maybe ChatGPT, a homepage, a login page, brand-specific landing page. And the goal here of this intent is to get users as quickly as possible to the page that they're looking for. The third is transactional intent. So the purpose of transactional intent is really when a user is ready to go ahead and make a purchase or transaction, such as signing up or downloading. Like an example of this would be to buy an iPhone 13, to do a Netflix subscription, download the Zoom app, etc. Content could be product pages, landing pages, it could be sign-up forms, it could even be a checkout if they're further down the funnel. And the goal here is really to provide that seamless experience for users ready to convert, whether by purchasing, signing up, or downloading. And the final element of intent is commercial intent, or what we call commercial investigation. Now this is where the user is considering the purchase, but they want to compare these options and read reviews before they actually decide. So examples of this would be things like best laptops of 2024, iPhone versus Samsung Galaxy, top SEO tools, content types, things like comparison articles, review pages, buying guides, and product roundups. And the goal here is to actually help a user make an informed decision by providing those comparisons and reviews. So realistically, this follows on from the transactional intent. So someone is looking to make a purchase, but before they make that purchase, they're actually asking the question, oh, hang on a minute, do I want to read some reviews just to back up that I'm making the right decision? Or do I want to shop around a bit to ensure that this isn't the only product that I'm looking for? And the question is, a lot of people say, well, why do you really care? Like, why do you care about user intent? And as SEOs, there are a lot of things that we care about, but realistically, user intent is right up there at the top of the list. And there's a number of reasons for that. So first off, it impacts relevance. So relevance is a really big buzzword right now, but we should care about user intent because by understanding it, we're providing a really good and relevant user experience for our customers. And it's important because if they find something that's relevant to them, they're more likely to go on and convert. It increases click-through rate. So there's a lot of debate over the role that click-through rate plays in SEO performance, and there's also a lot of indication that it plays a key role. After all, a strong CTR would determine that the web result is likely relevant to what the user wants, and therefore would increase the relevancy and driving it higher. So realistically, by providing something that is more relevant to the user, we're helping to increase the click-through rate as well. It improves conversion rate. And for transactional and commercial intent, matching user intent can actually lead to more conversions, because it means that users are able to find exactly what they need to make a purchase or take action. If they find that content that aligns with their buying or research phase as well, they're more likely to trust the site, and that will lead to a higher conversion rate and potentially greater revenue. And finally, it aligns with EEAT, so that acronym that we hear all the time in the SEO space. So what it means by that is it basically hits that experience, expertise, authority, and trust. It meets user expectations by creating content that aligns with user needs and provides a satisfying experience. As it's high intent, the relevant content has a high intent focus, and therefore it reduces friction in the user experience. The content tends to be more in-depth, so it demonstrates expertise. It addresses specific niche audiences, so it kind of boosts authority from that perspective as well. And it answers user questions to kind of showcase all of those trust signals. And also it's intent-aligned content, so that's naturally a trust signal. But more than that, we know that algorithms over time, and Google loves an algorithm, have always considered and included user intent. And these are just a couple from the last few years where user intent has been an important point. So the first one starts back in 2011 with Panda. So the Panda algorithm aimed to reduce the visibility of low quality, thin or spammy content. And this essentially focused on content quality to provide users with pages that were likely to meet their informational, transactional, and navigational needs. So that again is a big user intent point there within one of the very earliest algorithms, the Panda algorithm. Then we had Hummingbird in 2013, and Hummingbird was really a major shift in how Google understood the meaning behind queries rather than just matching keywords. So this is where we started to hear a lot about the concept of semantic search and how Google could interpret user intent more accurately. Now, Hummingbird was designed so that Google could deliver more relevant results by understanding the broader context of queries, even if exact keywords weren't present on the page. So again, from a user intent perspective, this is looking at the semantic themes on the page that are helping to match what the user is looking for. We then move on to RankBrain in 2015, and this really started to boost contextual relevance. So RankBrain is Google's machine learning based algorithm, and this was designed to kind of better understand the nuances of user intent by being able to interpret unfamiliar or complex queries. It helped Google to grasp things that were ambiguous or conversational search phrases, really refining its ability to present the most contextually relevant pages, again without the exact keyword matches. So again, user intent had a big boost here in terms of being able to drive contextual relevance. We then had BERT in 2019, which was very much about improving natural language understanding. So BERT stands for Bi-Directional Encoder Representations from Transformers. Yeah, it's quite a mouthful. But essentially it enabled Google to interpret queries more naturally by understanding the relationships between words and their context. Again, it enabled Google to interpret things like conversational search phrases, making it easier to match the content with truly addresses their intent. In 2021, we had Core Web Vitals. And again, this was more of a on-site factor. So it was looking at things like page experience, load speed, interactivity, visual stability. But again, these all directly impact the user experience and also the intent of someone, especially from a transactional nature. If they're ready to purchase and they're encountering these user experience issues on the site, that's definitely a barrier to conversion. And also in 2021, we had the multimodal search with MUM, which is the multitask unified model. Again, quite a mouthful. So this was designed to understand information across various formats. So this just took a step further from just understanding the contextual relationship of text, but looks at things like images and video to deliver more nuanced results. So this allowed Google to really meet user extent in a more richer way and more diverse way, because it also incorporated things like images and video and a more sort of multiple perspectives and formats to fully satisfy the user's need. And there's nothing more frustrating from a user intent perspective than being communicated to in the wrong way. It costs you customers. I actually really love this meme. I understand it's not quite relevant, but I think it demonstrates that in a lot of cases, even if you repeatedly try and contact someone, if you're contacting someone the wrong way, it's frustrating for both your team and the end user. So it really highlights that in addition to the fact we've got all these Google algorithms that are focusing on user intent, it's also got a big play from the user perspective. And there's many other reasons why it's important. So it's important for Google. So Google is a business too, and albeit it's a business with a 93% market share, but we've all seen what can happen if you don't keep up with what users are looking for. So if Google doesn't start providing users with an answer to their questions, then there's definitely the potential that people could go elsewhere. And even with a large market share, failing to adapt or deliver can lead to issues within a market, as we saw unfortunately with Blockbuster Video. The data also backs it up, and data shows that companies use actually user intent data to drive a higher conversion rate. More than that, particularly in the B2B space, the majority of companies invest heavily in intent data. In 2022, a report by Demand Space found that 17% of B2B professionals improved their lead conversion rate by 30% by using intent data directly. So now that we know what the value of intent data is, how do we incorporate user intent into our content strategy for the modern search journey? Well, first we need to understand what that modern search journey actually looks like, and it's definitely changed over time. So let's go back to what the search journey used to look like. So the search journey used to be quite linear. So it had kind of an initial search journey following a pretty direct pattern, focusing on single interactions, and then there was essentially a sale. Awareness, consideration, conversion, very straightforward, very linear, very clean. But it doesn't really look like that today. In addition to that linear search journey, we have all these other elements that go into it. So things like multi-channel, so we've got a lot more channels and a lot more different channels where users are starting a search, whether it be Google or Amazon or TikTok. There's a lot more options out there. We have a more user-centric approach where the focus is shifted towards understanding user behavior across various touchpoints. So that could be voice search, a mobile phone, a desktop, an iPad, whatever the case might be. We have more complexity in interactions. So search journeys are more intricate than they've been. They involve diverse and simultaneous interactions now. We've got much more data to work with, so people are starting to see the value of data and they're integrating that a lot more, which results in things like personalization within the search results. And then we also have the introduction of feedback loops. So real-time feedback mechanisms are improved with the relevance of search outcomes. So we have an almost continually moving plate when it comes to real-time search results. So the modern search journey is very, very different to what it used to be, and when we're creating content for it, we need to keep this in mind. And there's a number of reasons for this. So mobile usage has played a really big part as a lot of people switch to mobile in their user journey. Voice search plays an important role. Again, people have a completely different intent when they're searching for something through voice search, so that needs to be recognized. Personalization, a lot of people are looking towards personalization as something that's moving very fast. I've spoken at a number of conferences this year where personalization has literally been one of the biggest topics. A lot of people are talking about how we can do it to better improve user intent and user experience on sites. Device type, so in addition to mobile usage, there's a lot of different mobiles out there, different sizes, different shapes, tablet devices, a whole host of options out there, so making sure we're delivering a good user intent experience for each device. And finally, real-time needs. So user behaviors change, but as users we are quite impatient, and a big part of this is ensuring that we're giving people stuff when they need it. Because if they don't get it straight away, then often they can get impatient and they can leave. So with all of that in mind, how do we actually go about aligning our content strategy with user intent? Well, first off, we need to understand which type of content we need to provide to match that user intent. And there's essentially 3 C's of content, let's say. So the first one is content type. This is the dominant type of content that we're seeing in the search results. This could be things like a product page, category page, landing page, blog post, video, etc. So it's that type that's most popular. The second is format. So that's the format of the top ranking pages. So typically content format would apply to blog posts, and it can come in formats like how-to guides, step-by-step tutorials, list posts, opinion pieces, etc. And finally is the content angle. So this is the specific focus or unique selling point that makes the page stand out, what users find valuable when they make a particular search. So let's look at that in a real-time example. So let's say it's coming up to tax return time. To be honest, we're not that far away. If we're looking for information on filling out a tax return, then chances are we want content that is produced by an expert in counting. Conversely, if we're actually shopping for tax preparation software, then chances are we actually want a forum discussion or a review. In this instance, in the first instance, we're looking for expertise, but in the second instance, we're really looking for experience. And Google backs this up quite a lot. And it says within the quality rating guidelines, if the purpose of the page is to give information or offer advice, then a high level of expertise may be required for the page to be trustworthy. Sometimes, pages on why and whale topics in particular are created to share personal experiences, often regarding difficult life challenges. People turn to each other in times of need to share their own experience, seek comfort or inspiration. Factual information from experts may not satisfy this need. So what do I mean by that? Well, there's lots of different formats that we need at different times. So we've talked about filling out tax forms, but let's look at some other examples. Sleep challenges when pregnant. So if you're looking for an expertise-led approach to this, you may very well be looking for sleep medications that are safe during pregnancy. And if that is the case, then you will definitely want to go onto a medical website and you want to ensure that that information you're getting is as accurate and trustworthy as possible. But sometimes you might not want to go with a medicated approach. In fact, you might just want some tips and tricks for sleeping in the last trimester of pregnancy from people who've actually been there. So someone who's actually been there, they've tried it, they've tested it, and they've come out with a great idea. So in that case, you might want experience. The first step here is to understand a user who is making this search query. What are they looking for? Are they looking for the medical-backed, expertise-led side of things, or are they looking for that personal experience or something that they can relate to directly? And there's a number of examples here that you can have a look at. But user intent doesn't always stay the same. Sometimes it changes. And in some places, it can change quite dramatically. So we need to make sure that we stay ahead of the curve. A great example of where user intent has changed recently is on the search term of payday loans. So this is obviously a very, very competitive term. And if we compare the payday loans search result for 4th of April 2024 to the previous year of 2023, we can see with a similarity score of just 17, there has been significant changes, 15 changes in fact, in the top 10. And it looks something like this. It's pretty chaotic. There's a lot going on there. And we see there's been wholesale change across the SERPs. In fact, none of the results that we're ranking are ranking now. And this can happen in any industry, and it shows how intent can evolve over time. So even though you may have identified your user intent to start off with, it could be that a year or 2 years later, this intent has actually changed. So we need to be making sure that we're constantly reviewing and refreshing the intent that our users have. I used Ahrefs' intent tool to have a look and kind of understand what's happened here, and we can see quite clearly that the intent of the top ranking pages has changed. So back in April 2023, it was people searching for payday loans, looking for financial assistance to meet an immediate need. And we can see this reflected immediately in the page titles, things like payday loans, straight through the page titles, very, very clear what's going on there. But then we can actually see in 2024, the intent has changed to short-term loan options. And rather than looking directly for payday loans, it's now people exploring options as an alternative to traditional loans. And we can see this reflected in the title tags as well, where these title tags now are more focused around short-term loan options and less focused around the payday loans term. So the key takeaway of this is stay relevant with your user intent. But we also need to understand that user intent isn't something that happens over a long period of time. Sometimes we can have a micro moment, and micro moments are becoming even more common in modern society. This is where user intent can have a real commercial impact for your business, and they generally fall into 4 categories. So there are want to know moments, where someone is looking for something and they want the answer to it straight away. I want to go moments, where someone is looking for maybe a local business or they're shopping locally. I want to do moments, where someone wants to know how to do something or they want help getting something done. And I want to buy moments, and that's when someone is ready to make a purchase. And when we're talking about user intent, we don't just want to target people who are in a longer conversion journey. We also want to make sure that our content targets people that are right in these micro moments. So how do we incorporate micro moments into our content strategy? Well, firstly, we need to be quick. So we need to make sure that users have an immediate answer to the needs that they have. Fast loading pages, easy navigable content, clear calls to action, etc. We need to be useful. So when users are seeking specific actionable information, we need to put it in front of them in a logical order that makes sense. And we need to connect the dots. So users rarely move in a straight line. Connect related content and resources and also support follow-up questions and further exploration. By guiding users to this related content, we can help keep them on site, support the multi-step journey. You can use internal linking for this as well if you need. And consider the context. Users can be in different environments in these micro moments. They could be on the go, they could be on mobile, they could be on voice search. Consider this and tailor format and design accordingly. This meets users where they are, making it easier for them and align with Google's focus on user experience to build this out. So when we're thinking about user intent, we don't obviously just want to think about content format and micro moments. The core really comes down to performing that keyword research with user intent in mind. Include it in your keyword research to ensure the content type that you're producing for the website and what's written in it keeps user intent at top of mind. So this starts in the very beginning of the keyword research phase by highlighting initially the primary intent and then any secondary intents. And I've used some examples here of keyword research pieces that we do here at Cedarwood and the way that we include the intent within these keyword research pieces. And this not only helps us to evaluate the content style that we're doing, but also to brief in our content writers of any specific intents. And we can also identify any trends, which is super helpful for creating things like keyword clusters and also improving the website's internal linking. If you aren't sure where to start getting the intent data, then you can use tools like Ahrefs to help with this. They have a handy intents guide, which we find really helpful. And you can also export this information into tools like Excel to make it more digestible. Once you've got this information, you can go ahead and create your content brief, Whenever we create a content brief, we always clearly highlight what the user intent is, and this could be both the primary and secondary user intent. And this helps to ensure that our copywriters have a clear understanding of the content format and what they're trying to achieve through it. It supports the rest of the brief, but it ensures that we're always thinking about it. And the types of content that you can create off the back of this: blog content, guides, how-to guides, informational guides, or just any descriptions or any product descriptions that you've got. All of this can be briefed through this content, this kind of content briefing structure, but it's important to make sure that we've got user intent in mind. Sometimes you also won't just need one type of format. There might be multiple formats that you look at. In this example from the Select Car Leasing page, showcases a different variety of content types. So just as we have primary and secondary intent types, we can also have primary and secondary content types. So in this instance, we can see that they've chosen to go with both a guide and a review style piece of content, matching different types of content types to really kind of boost the overall EAT. And they've highlighted that user intent has a need for both of these resources. It's not just the type of content we put together though, it's also the way that it presents. And back in 2021, John Muller said this quote: "Sometimes those small differences do play a role to how people perceive your website. For example, you have something that's on a financial topic and people say, well, your information is okay, but it's presented in a way that looks amateurish, then it could reflect how your website is perceived. And in the long run, could reflect something that is visible in search as well." So when we're building out user intent, we're not just talking about the content itself, but also the way the content is presented. When a user lands on your page, is it matching their intent from a stylistic perspective as well as a factual perspective? Things to look for here: spelling and stylistic errors. Is it been sloppily or hastily produced? Does it display well on mobile? And also, does the website function properly? And you also want to think about the way that people actually digest that information. And Chloe Ivy Rose put together this really great whiteboard Friday, which I've used in a couple of my talks now, but I just really love this piece. And it talks about the different reading patterns for content optimization. So when you're matching user intent, are your users reading as an F pattern? Are they reading as a layer cake? Or are they kind of spotting across the page to pick out key information? Understanding this about your user intent and the way you can put your content together off the back of it will also help to make sure that you're matching that accurately. And if you go to all of the effort to match your user intent, it's really important that it's easy for Google to understand that. There's a number of ways that you can do that. So optimizing headings, make sure they're meeting the user's need. Definitions and questions are a popular way to start the page. Meta tags, ensuring that your meta tags are optimized both on page and also from a click-through perspective. A schema, ensuring that your schema is optimized to help Google understand what the website is about. Things like page structure, so make sure it's sensical and has an easy navigation. Readability, make sure it's easy to read and follows users' reading patterns. And integrate FAQs where possible to ensure that all questions are answered and you keep users in the funnel. Mark these up accordingly. And most importantly, make sure that you test and learn. Sometimes it won't be immediately apparent what the right intent is for your strategy, but you can definitely test it. One tool that we use quite a lot to test our user intent and content changes is Ahrefs content change tool. It's just an example of one. There's plenty that you can use to test. And essentially what this does is it allows you to overlay your organic traffic with any content changes that you've made, so you can kind of pull out and identify where any changes on the page might have changed the interaction site on your website. You can actually deep dive a little bit further into this, where you can see specifically the content on the pages and understand where those specific changes have been made. Is it a wholesale change, or is it just a small change to that content accordingly? And if you want to see this in a more holistic view, then you can go into the Ahrefs menu itself and you can actually have a look at the content changes section across all the pages. And it'll tell you if it's been like an overhaul, minor, moderate. So you can really start to understand the impact that's had and maybe where you've got a good user intent match or potentially a user intent mismatch. It's a really effective way to map it over time, and also if you're making changes through a content strategy, this is a great way to set a good foundation. So my closing point is user intent plays a key role in getting a user to where they need to be. By helping to create websites which effectively answer and match user intent, we're not only delivering a better user experience, but a better experience for Google and SEO, improving conversion rate and delivering our content to the right audience at the right time. Thank you. Please feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the Search with Sean conference.
Okay, that was great. And yeah, hopefully that all worked well for everyone. I was trying to watch along again. So yeah, it seemed to work, and that's great. So yeah, and if, like I said before, Amanda's been on Search with Sean recently. We had a chat, and you can find that on the channel under the Chat with Sean playlist. So do check that one out. And obviously, if you are late to the stream, I get it. You know, it's a work day. Everyone's busy. You can. I'm always late to live stream, so you can obviously go back and watch from the beginning. So if you miss certain talks, then obviously feel free to go back and start again. So yeah, let's move on because we've got a lot going on. The next talk is from my former colleague, actually, and it's David Mendonca. And this is all around growth marketing and the importance of the all channels approach. So David discusses the importance of an all channel approach, exploring how communication flows across channels and how they can support each other. He highlights the need to consider the bigger picture to prevent one channel from failing, avoid relying on a single strategy, and focus on upskilling teams to save costs instead of hiring new staff. So yeah, it's a really good one, and I'll get that lined up. And we'll get going.
Hi there. Good evening, or good morning, or good afternoon, wherever you are, whenever you are seeing this. My name is David Mendonça. I'm the co-founder and director of PunchUp, growth marketing agency based in London. And today I'm going to talk a little bit about growth marketing, but not only. As the title says here, it's the importance of what I call the all channels approach, more than specializing or going very hard on a particular set of channels. You need to understand how everything works together, and really going wide on the importance of controlling in a certain way all channels in order to really push your brand further. And of course, this is based on my experience, my personal experience, the experience that we have with our clients in PunchUp, and yeah, and my personal touch in everything I say, of course. So you are very welcome to disagree with me and comment and let me know what you think about this. Okay, I don't have a very long presentation. I want to be very straightforward and focus on the juicier bits because that's usually my approach anyway. So I have one slide to show you, and I'm gonna talk a little bit about this topic for you guys. Okay, so let's go. So this is my one slide. I was just have to correct a little something there. My one slide, and it's something that, just to give you a bit of context, I created this slide 7 years ago, and still today I do quite enjoy it. I do enjoy it quite a lot. And yeah, it's the old-fashioned funnel view, and I know nowadays it's more trendy to have a circle or a loop or a Venn diagram, or even I've seen even a sunflower to represent a marketing strategy. But for me, the good old funnel view never let me down, and I'm particularly proud of this slide that I've created long ago when I was working in a smaller company, and I was tasked at the time by my boss to focus very hardly on a couple of campaigns. It was mostly all PPC, and we were going very obsessively over PPC campaigns. And I put together this graph just to show how there's many other elements that we should be focusing on, or at least give a little bit of attention to in order to really succeed, because the PPC, it is driving the clicks and eventually also driving the sales directly, but this is very short term sort of results, and they have no continuity. They will end as soon as we stop putting money into PPC, and okay, they are delivering results, so let's keep doing it. But should we not get ready for the future and get ready to really scale, and scale sustainably, scale gradually, and scale efficiently? So this means decreasing the cost per acquisition and all of that, rather than always pushing for PPC campaigns. And I've developed this one slide at the time to really try to push for that conversation at the company I was at the time. And I did succeed. And it was a very proud moment for me. And it's a little bit of this that I want to discuss with you guys today. And it's also kind of the approach. Of course, nowadays I have a bit more modern slides to show with my clients, but it's still a little bit of this approach that I've put with the clients that we work with at PunchUp, which is basically we understand that budget is tight, and not a lot of companies will have budgets to focus on all of this at the same time, and they shouldn't really. And also, no marketing manager, no marketing specialist will have a brain big enough to handle all of these elements simultaneously and perfectly. So all of this is normal and all of this is understandable. But the key message here is keep it under control. All of these elements need to be under control, and you need to understand, regardless of what you're focusing on at the moment, that there's all of these other elements that will need to be driving you and pushing in the same direction. So if you're doing that one PPC campaign there, you really know that it's going to deliver results. Remember, of all the other elements that are connected, is your website ready for all of that traffic? Is it at its best performance, its best shape? Is the design good? Is the navigation good? And once that happens, how's the form performing? Is the form really working well? Is it validating phone numbers, whatever? All of those details. Is it integrated correctly with your CRM? Is your CRM automatically labeling it into the right groups and the right segments? Are those segments then triggering an automation via email marketing that sends a thank you email or a thank you email flow with 2 or 3 messages that keep that contact engaged? And if we're talking about e-commerce sale, you're sending the welcome email with a thank you for your purchase and what comes next? And are you then increasing the value of this database by asking more details, and so on, so on? So I could go on talking about all these elements, then all connect in one single story. And regardless of thinking that, okay, then I need a mega budget to control all of this, no, it just gradually, it is better in my approach to make sure that you have a little bit of everything in a good place, rather than going crazy in one channel and going with all your budget in one channel, either being PPC or SEO or anything. There is no point in starting if you don't control all these other elements yet, or if you don't have them in your head yet, because you might have the most amazing PPC campaign or the most amazing SEO bringing all the traffic, and the website might even be okay. But if you still don't control what do you do after the contact form submissions, what do you do once the contacts go cold? Is there like a follow-up? Is there like a system that brings them back? And in terms of the visits that don't convert into anything, is there like a remarketing list being ready? Is there like remarketing campaigns? What tools are you using? Do you have a tool that can understand exactly the behavior of the clients, the visits, and then deliver targeted ads to them, so they come back with the right message and knowing exactly what they should interested in first? So all of this stuff, it's not about doing it all of the time, all at the same time, but it's about understanding that in order to succeed, I need to gradually tick all of these boxes, tick all of these systems. And if we go in levels, we need to make sure that every channel is in level 1 before we go into level 5 into one of these channels, if you know what I mean. So put every channel in the baseline into level 1, and then you start proceeding. Okay, then I go level 2 on this, and that, and then all of them in level 2, and then you go level 3. So trying to simplify here, of course, that it really won't bring the best results in terms of scaling, and I focus particularly on small and medium businesses that sometimes budget is tight, and that is the urge to generate results quickly, and they might dump all of their budget into PPC, and then they struggle and they get frustrated why all of this money went down the drain, and nothing was really generated from that. And you can say, well, it was the PPC agency that was not good. Sometimes it might happen, of course. There are agencies that sometimes are not good, but it's everything else. Was the website really ready for all of that traffic in terms of the UX, the navigation? Was the content interesting? Were the products correctly sold? And sometimes as well, more than the technical part of it, more than our campaigns being correctly implemented, is it does it make sense? Does your website is written in a compelling way, as in a human way, as in a conversational way? Are you really being interesting for someone that visits your website, or is it just something that looks very structured, very templatey? It's like in everything, it's a sell. A sell is a conversation, and the website is no different. The website should be approached as a story, as a story that has a conversation that leads them from reaching the website to converting, and explains, and more than explains, it convinces the user that making that purchase, or choosing you for whatever service is the right thing to do. So it's not with jargon, it's not with super punchy headlines or anything like that you're gonna get it. In our opinion, it's about building a story and building a brand that is compelling, and really resonates with what people were searching for. And that is something that you develop again across all these channels, from the first ad that the person sees, to your website, to your welcome email, to your follow-up email, to your remarketing ads, to your happy birthday email, whatever you do, all of this is connected. Okay. And there's a lot of other topics if we dive into this funnel. So for example, like market research, or even AI that comes into play, and all these other things like behavior analysis with heat maps and tools like Hotjar or Crazy Egg, and the way you segment your contacts. This is crucial as well. Like, you need to get as many information as you can from your website visitors, your database, and there's a numerous of ways that you can do this, and all of that will once again feed into your PPC campaigns, your SEO, and all of that will work much better, because you are considering the whole thing, the whole picture. Yeah, like I say, so the message here is that, for me, my opinion, and that is the key takeaway from my very short participation here, is that don't focus on one channel, don't focus on two channels, or don't focus on three channels. Just understand that it's the whole thing that matters. No brand, no company will scale long term successfully and sustainably, more than anything. Sustainability in the way you grow is very important, or at some point down the line you're going to crash. If you rely only on one channel, you are going to crash at some point, more likely than not. So by building all of these pillars and all of these channels and everything connected, you will for sure assure that, or secure, a more sustainable and more safe way of growing and scaling your company. Okay. And as somehow of a final thought, you don't have to know all of this expertise, and you might not even have the budget to hire someone that do have all of these expertises, or a team that can cover all of this expertise. But what you can do is get training. You can get consulting, of course, but you can also get training and upskill your teams to make sure that, like I was saying before, at least you reach level 1 in all of these channels and all of these elements. Just get the training that is good enough that takes your team to be good enough to handle all of these channels. Okay, so more than focusing on I need to hire the best specialist, I need to hire that one guy that is always talking on LinkedIn about this and that. More than this is like looking at your internal team and believing that these people as well can learn to understand better, and they can be trained to add more to your company, and be able to see the old picture, and this my little old school funnel here, because this is no science. Marketing has evolved a lot with AI and a million of new tools we have available, but the principles are the same. And even though this is 7 years old, I don't think any of this is outdated here. And there's, I think, all of this funnel makes sense today. Okay, and that's why I'm bringing it here. It's all about having everything connected, and when you, and more than putting all your eggs in one basket, is putting one egg in each basket, even if it's a tiny egg in each tiny basket, and then the more you grow, the bigger you'll make the baskets, and it's about that, and get someone to train your teams. Start by more than spending money on hiring new people, on fancy new tools. Start by looking at your team and assessing the skill gaps that is, and potentially identify one of these, two of these, or three, five of these elements that you probably are not so good at the moment, and get some training. Get someone to come from the outside and train your team, and like fill those gaps that can take really the team forward without a big budget, without a big investment. Because in my case, I focus mostly on small and medium businesses and startups that need to control every penny of their budget, and more often than not, they need guidance, they need training, rather than investing crazily on new tools or new people. So this is my message. Like I say, we specialize in growth marketing for small medium businesses, and for us, the approach is everything counts. And we're not going to say that you need SEO, you need that PPC, you need everything. And let's put together the best strategy to take you to from where you are, which can be 50%, 60%, 40%, to have 100%. Even if it's not amazing 100%, you have 100% control of every single element, and then you can grow and you can scale, you can add more layers, and you can reach level 99 in all of these channels one day. Okay, I hope this little chat was useful. I kept it very straightforward, no jargon, not getting very technical. And if you'd like, I'm happy to share my little pet slide. This one I will forever be showing, because it kind of changed a little bit the course of my career, and it's a bit of a personal one for me. So I hope you enjoyed this bit here with me, and any questions you can talk to me. Okay, see ya. Thank you.
Awesome. So yeah, if you want that slide, I've already requested it. If you want that slide, do get in touch with him or me, and I could pass on the message, and you can get that. So yeah, I know people are busy working, so got a few on the stream live, which is awesome. But obviously, if you missed any of this, we already had 2 talks, so do rewind, and you can start from the beginning and catch up with those talks. And obviously it'd be recorded, so I'll put it on the channel at some stage. You can watch the whole thing, and also put individual videos on there as well, so you can also catch up on those. So I'll just do some housekeeping on the channel, so we don't get too cluttered. So yeah, basically, I say, if you do enjoy this kind of content, I've got loads more planned for the new year. Loads of different types of videos and chats, and I've got some exciting stuff, some more live stuff as well. So do subscribe, please, and share with others. And also, all the chats and the SEO and AI news are on Spotify. So do go with Spotify, type search with Sean or chat with Sean, and you'll find either the news or the chats, like I say. So the next video, we go on to it. It's a great one. Jamie D'Alessandro, and it's all about how to audit PDPs. So this video covers optimizing product pages, landing page best practices, tools for improvement, evolving e-commerce SERPs, thinking beyond SEO, and effective auditing techniques. So this is a really good one. Let's get on to it.
Hey there, my name is Jamie D'Alessandro and I'm so excited to be a part of this video series. A big thank you to Sean for having me. And today we're going to be talking all about product description pages, or PDPs, why they're important, how to optimize for them, tips for doing audits, looking at live examples, and even talking about the importance of Merchant Center. So let's get started. So we're going to take it back to basics, talking all about how to audit PDPs. Now, if you've been in SEO for a while, this might not be a new topic for you, but if you're somebody who isn't as close to e-commerce clients or haven't done one before, I'm hoping that you can take something away from this, really understanding the importance of these pages beyond just, oh, people make purchases on them. How do they fit into the overall search landscape, and just continuing to emphasize why they're so important for your business. This is actually something I've written about before for the Women in Tech SEO Knowledge Hub, all about e-commerce product page optimization. In this presentation, I actually pulled from this article a little bit on points to make and whatnot. So this is a really great article from a really great website and a really great group, and I highly recommend checking it out. In that article, I go into a little bit more about why product page optimization matters, not even just from an SEO perspective, but from a conversion perspective as well. So I added the link here in case you want to check it out. So a little bit about me. I have been in SEO for over 6 years now, and generally in marketing, digital marketing roles for probably close to 8 or 9 years. So I've seen kind of my fair share of different marketing roles and experience. Currently, I'm at AMSIV, which is a full-service digital marketing agency, and you'll see our AMSIV branded purple throughout this presentation. And what's really great about working at AMSIV is that as a full-service agency, we get to help a ton of clients, of all different sizes, of all different business needs, of different verticals. And so it really allows us to hone our skills, not even just in SEO, but other departments as well, such as paid, email, conversion rate, social. We get to help clients no matter what stage of their business they're in. So that's been really fun. And because we get to work with a wide variety of clients, I've been specifically specializing in e-commerce clients, retail clients, and really getting to better understand the landscape of their businesses, whether they are a new business with tens of hundreds of products to larger corporations that have hundreds of thousands of products. You know, every business size has different business needs, but at the end of the day, they want to do one thing, and that is to sell products. So this is a topic that I am super passionate about. And personally, I am a big online shopper. I love to online shop, and in the States, we just celebrated Thanksgiving. So you know that we're taking full advantage of those Black Friday deals. So it has been super fun to help our clients prepare for such a big event happening. The importance of product pages. Product pages have such an important role for the business. People go to them to convert and the business makes money. But the journey to that product page is not linear, as we know. So it's making sure that even from the start of their journey on your website down to that conversion from the PDP, we are making sure that our visit is taken care of. But specifically, we're going to talk about the product page in particular and how to set them up for success. So why should we care? And I think there's a couple core reasons that we need to keep in mind. Like I said, it's the last page a customer is going to interact with before a conversion or sale is complete. So they're crucial for capturing conversions. And you'd be surprised the amount of times where we see clients have traffic to these product pages, but conversions are abysmal. And the business owner is confused. They're like, well, I'm getting traffic. Traffic doesn't always equal conversion. In a perfect world, it would, but it does not. So it's understanding what barriers are being created for that user and how we can help eliminate them. The more specific the search, the higher likelihood of intent to purchase. So PDPs are going to be more likely to rank when the search is specific. Now, if you do any sort of transactional search in Google, which you'll hear me talk about a few times, product pages come up. And the more specific you are, Google is going to enjoy that because they have more information to help serve you the exact result that you want. So product pages are a great way to get a lot of those lower volume, longer tail keywords. You have more PDPs than you do PLPs. So just from a sheer volume perspective, your PDPs should help drive some ways to people land on your site. So there are more chances for you to connect with a potential customer. And like I said earlier, and you're going to hear me talk about this, Google SERPs are changing to emphasize PDPs. They are growing increasingly more and more like a collections page in of themselves. You know, we see a lot more merchant listings, shopping knowledge graphs. We're seeing deals roll out. Google is really trying to capture their own market share when it comes to searches. So it becomes even more crucial to ensure that your product pages are primed and ready to show up when people are searching. The current landscape for search results, it is changing more than ever. And this is just an example of when I searched for women's leather tote bag. And we're also going to look at the live SERP as well, because this doesn't capture everything that we're seeing. But when you search now, Google is showing related searches at the top. So where it says tote bags, we can see crossbody, hobo bags. They are already refining the search for you if you need it. Seeing popular products. So this is a product grid that is usually going to be populated using Merchant Center data, which we also will talk about. And depending on the search, sometimes we see multiple instances of this grid. Sometimes you see it for, you know, local pickups, fast delivery, whatever attribute Google feels like is important to show, they will show it. Then we also see, again, related searches, brand picks for you, under $60, over $200. So the variety that Google is trying to create just from these product pages, it feels infinite in some cases. And I want to take us to the live SERP so then we can see the full experience of what this search looks like. And Google is increasingly becoming their own collection page. So in my example, we saw these related searches up here. But not only that, we have these additional search pills, different colors, zippers, laptop compartments, get it fast, different attributes that people are searching for. But on the left-hand side right here, Google's also introducing filters for colors, closure type, features. This is actually something that I started utilizing for my own clients. So I said, okay, if Google is showing closure types such as zipper, magnetic, snap, and buckle, do we have those attributes on our page as well? Do we have those keywords kind of within our copy to say, hey, we have these as options? So kind of using what Google's giving us and reverse engineering it for our own pages. But I mean, just look at this: price, style, stores, pattern. A lot of this is being generated through Merchant Center data. When you first get on the page, popular products like we saw in my example, and then you can actually expand this. If this didn't feel like enough products for you, you can expand that. And so effectively, if you take out the Google logo, what you have is a collections page. You essentially have a collections page, filters, and then all of the PDPs here. So Google's really trying to capture that market share. So if you're somebody who's trying to compete in this SERP, how can you make sure that you show up or you're doing what you need to entice the click? It's getting harder to capture that click. And when we keep scrolling, related searches, and then you finally get to the blue links. So oftentimes what I find is that a lot of the brands that are in these product grids, you'll probably see the blue links in here as well. But again, there's a lot of stimulation happening. Product images here, explore brands. So Google is really pulling out all stops. Discussions and forums we've seen added to SERPs. Personally, as a consumer, I don't mind these at all. I know that Reddit can get a really bad rap, especially when it's surfacing older threads or forums that just aren't helpful, but sometimes it does help. And reverse engineering that, if you're a brand who's coming up in these conversations, how can you make sure that you answer questions that people have? Or how can you make sure that if there are maybe complaints about your product, are you addressing it? So as I mentioned, sometimes these product grids, there's multiple instances of them. So right here, we saw popular products. Now we're getting down into fast pickup or delivery. So these attributes, which we'll talk about in a little bit for Merchant Center, percentages off and how fast you get it. Delivery time matters a lot to Google, how quickly you can get something, because their job is to show you the best experience. And the reality of it is, we like when we get our products quick. So Google is going to want to show merchants who are either, they have data to show that they're getting the products quicker or in a timely manner, or that you can pick them up. Locality does matter too, if you have that as an option. But if you keep going, in stores nearby, things like saving your favorite brands to get results. So if I wanted to see Coach bags, right, it'll save that. And it might personalize my search now to show me more Coach bags. If we go back to the beginning and I want to see, okay, I just want to see zipper as an attribute for my bags. Zipper women's leather tote bags. So now because I clicked Coach, it's specifically going to show me bags from Coach. And it's going to show me different Coach bags from different stores. So it doesn't even mean that I'm going to see it from the actual Coach store itself. In stores nearby, and then deals. Deals is also something Google has been rolling out more. Everybody loves deals, let's be honest. And so we can see all of this here. But this is everything we're competing with when it comes to optimizing our PDPs. So that's why it's so important to understand this landscape and how you can compete with that as well. Back to our presentation. What makes a PDP successful? So like we just saw on Google, there's a lot of things going on to make a page successful. And everybody can have different opinions or perspectives. This is just my perspective when it comes to what makes a great PDP, what makes a great landing page experience. And I've kind of broken this up into 8 categories. Descriptive metadata. So making sure that your titles and H1s and even your, product copy, all of that is enriched with your target keyword. So something I've seen a lot that some clients do, especially those that are very much known for their brand, they'll lead with brand first, which is not a bad thing. Branded search plays a huge role in e-commerce SERPs especially. But what they'll often do is they'll neglect non-branded searches. So why I find non-branded searches important and play them complementary to branded searches is because if I have a product that's branded in nature, I might not know what that thing is in a non-branded way. So the same way it helps me understand the product, it'll help Google understand the product. So I often look to make sure that my client is using non-branded terms to describe what their product is if they aren't already. Enticing product copy, so the one under it. Product copy, super important. Now, we might think of product copy as it relates to SEO, as a way to get keywords in, but I think it goes beyond that. This is a page that you want people to convert on. So that product copy needs to be enticing and getting someone to want to think about purchasing, wanting to buy that product. So how can you make sure that that customer wants to buy that product? Using that product copy. And bonus points if you're able to get some keywords in there, but it's really about sales enablement, getting somebody to make a purchase. Structured product data, like we saw in those SERPs, there's a lot of structured data that's going into making sure PDPs are successful, making sure things like if you're a local business, you have local business markup, pricing schema, product variance schema. Later on, I talk about tools to kind of help with your audit process. I like to use the schema validator tool. So if I need to make sure that my structured data is working correctly, I'll just go there and pop my PDP in and make sure I'm getting the results that I need. Page speed is super important, not even just from a ranking attribute, but from a consumer perspective. How many times have you gone to a slow site and just bounced because it was too slow or you got frustrated with the experience? When we make conversion harder, we're not going to see the results that we want. So really making sure that page speed is at the forefront of what we do. We want to make sure that people get to what they need as quickly as possible. And mobile friendliness plays with that hand in hand. Accessible shipping and return information. So this kind of plays into EEAT elements of how do we make sure that this is a trustworthy site. When somebody's shopping on your website, especially for the first time, they might need to know how quickly they're going to get it, or how can they return it. So making sure that that information is readily available is going to be super important. Variety of product images. So I look at it like this. If you're shopping online, you don't have the luxury of going into the store, seeing it in person, looking at it from all angles, being able to touch it, feel it, hold it, especially if it's a tangible product. Your product images matter a lot. And we say this, but you'd be surprised how many merchants don't have a lot of product imagery. They might just have a few stock photos and they call it a day. But I'm somebody where I want to see a 360 review. I want to see, multiple angles of a product. I want to see it zoomed in. I want to see lifestyle. Now, I might want too much, but I think there's something to be said about having more information than not when it comes to online shopping. And it doesn't even have to be crazy. If you're a smaller organization, take it on your iPhone, do a video, do something, but don't just assume that one or two product images really cuts it anymore. And most importantly, reviews and social proof. Reviews play such a huge role in shopping and conversions. I think everybody can agree when you go to purchase a product and you see reviews from it and you see, UGC, user-generated content and images, it makes a huge difference in your confidence to make that purchase. I know that there are times where I won't buy something purely based on the results. If it has, too many negative results, or if you're on a site such as Amazon where they're using AI to help aggregate review sentiment, sometimes they'll say, hey, this product actually has a high return rate. And those are things that will discourage me from buying the product. So reviews are super important, and not even just from a conversion standpoint, but Google's also using those reviews as rich results in the SERPs. So reviews matter a lot. So here are some tips to keep in mind when you're auditing for PDPs. So assessing your PDP performance for all channels, not just organic. So we can often, especially when you're in SEO, assume that organic is end all be all, and that's not always the case. We want to see how these PDPs are doing from different channels. So something might do really well in social, and there might be other sets of products that do really well for email. In order to be well-rounded, make sure you're looking at all performance. Think about what entices you to shop. Ask yourself if this PDP embodies those elements. Again, sometimes it's what makes sense. Sometimes it's really not about what works for SEO or any other channel. It's what makes sense, what makes me want to buy. So if your gut reaction is, oh, I don't like this thing, or this feels difficult, follow that. See where it goes. Get other opinions. But the PDP experience, the shopping experience, should be straightforward. Ensure you're auditing out-of-stock implementation. Don't let unavailable products be a lost click. Nothing upsets me more than when I go to a website and the product is out of stock and there is no way for me to get notified when the product becomes available. And for a business, you're losing out on that email to nurture as a warm lead. And not only that, but you're losing that click for a future conversion. So it's super important that you don't let an out-of-stock page become a lost click. Make it available for someone to enter their email, look for ways to link to related products, do something that will allow the customer to stay on your site longer. Another one, check your internal links. Look to see how often that PDP is being linked to. Is there something we can do to increase internal links to it? Can we, link to it on important pages? Are there blog pages that we can link to it from? Make sure that you're spreading the equity for those PDPs. Consider conducting user testing of trying to optimize for conversions. This is a great way to collect data at scale to see what works and what doesn't and how you can optimize for it appropriately. A tip for helping with page speed, remove unnecessary code such as tracking tools that aren't being used as a way to quickly increase page speed. So if you have a tracking tool that you're no longer using, sometimes you don't realize that it's on the site still, you can remove that. The less code and the less script that needs to be loaded, the quicker it's going to help make your site. And pay attention to canonical implementation, especially for products with multiple variants. You want to make sure that you are canonically to the right product. So if we have a bunch of variants, make sure that you have the correct base product. Make sure that you are picking and choosing when you canonical to certain products over another. So just some things to keep in mind when you're going through audits. We don't want to forget Merchant Center. Merchant Center is something that I work with quite a lot, and especially for my e-commerce clients, because as we saw in our live example, Merchant Center data is being used a lot. So Merchant Center best practices to keep in mind, that's a whole video in of itself, but Merchant Center and PDPs should relatively be one-to-one when it comes to information continuity. Google is going to use your website as the source of truth, and then it's going to use Merchant Center data to validate that information. So these are just some of the data points that matter when it comes to Merchant Center, in my personal opinion. Shipping and return information, as we saw, fast delivery or pickup, that was a whole product in of itself. It's using your shipping and return information. It wants to see how quickly it can get products. Promotions and sales, this matters a lot. It's a piece of information that Google is using often, especially for things like deals. So if you are a merchant that has promotions, make sure that the promotions you run are being pulled into Merchant Center. Now, one caveat to that is there are sometimes limits to the promotions you can have in Merchant Center. So sometimes if it's a promotion that is specific to a certain group, such as military discount or student discounts, Merchant Center actually doesn't allow you to run those. As it stands today in 2024, they might change that going forward maybe, but they usually want promotions that are applicable to a wide group of people, so just keep that in mind. Variety of product images. Images matter when it comes to shopping, and so me personally, I think having a variety of product images is going to matter a lot in Merchant Center. In fact, in Merchant Center Next, if you haven't seen this, they actually allow you to play around with product images. They have an AI studio, you can create different backgrounds, you can really do a lot. So we know it, and I think Google knows it, product images matter when it comes to enticing people to click. Locality, if applicable, so not all e-commerce businesses have locations, but if you are a local merchant and you sell online, having that locality aspect turned on with your Google business profile is going to play a role in some of the rich results that you have access to, such as being eligible for those product grids where it shows, fast delivery or pickup. And most importantly, reviews play a huge role. So reviews matter in rich results. Reviews matter when it comes to, people engaging with these PDPs. Having review data is going to matter a lot. Now we're going to get into our live examples. And the first one I want to walk through is iPhone 16 from Apple. I really love using Apple when it comes to an example of a super descriptive and rich product page. Now, I didn't check their schema, I didn't check their page speed. Quite frankly, I think Apple is in a league of their own. Really big brands like this can get away with maybe not hitting 100% of all of the basics. Personally, I am in the market for a new iPhone, and I have been researching which iPhone to get. So I've been spending a lot of time on this page, and what always captivates me are the images. Apple has some beautiful product imagery. They really do a great job of giving you the full experience of the product without even having to go into a store to look at it. Product highlights. And we won't go through all of it, but what I really love is they make it easy. So getting the highlights, you can watch a film, and they have so many graphics, so many, interactive features. And for me personally, I love when you have a way to interact with parts of the page. I love how they show you, you can zoom in on the camera and it doesn't distort the image quality. You can take a closer look, the different colors. There's a lot of things you can do. It shows you different sizes, which is super fun. They show off their AI capabilities. They also have these different elements. So, it goes on and on. They just do a really great job highlighting what's important for their product. Again, camera, super important. I hate when I take a photo and the image is distorted, especially images that are farther away. My husband and I just actually went on a vacation where we were taking photos with mountains in the background, so this actually felt very relevant to me. So I love that they show the things that people care about. And again, keeps going, different examples, product images, new camera, again, and it just keeps going. More about the camera, more about the product, really just emphasizing all of the things that matter when it comes to wanting to buy and upgrade your iPhone. And what I really love about it is it's just straightforward. You can find the information that you need. They do a really great job of just enticing you. They do a really great job of using the product imagery to speak to itself. Apple is in a league of its own, and I think if you're ever short on inspiration for what makes a great PDP, spend some time on Apple's site. I think we can take for granted that, everybody knows who Apple is, but there's so many minute details that we might not even be thinking about because of them being such a huge brand. So highly recommend PDP inspiration from Apple when you're looking for sales enablement copy, product imagery, and really just capturing that customer. Now let's talk about our second example. And this one's going to highlight more of the attributes that we have been talking about throughout this presentation. Let's get to our second example, which is Uncommon Goods. Uncommon Goods is a really popular e-commerce website, specifically known for their more unique gift options. I love browsing their website whenever the holidays roll around or when I need a gift idea. They just do a really great job of curating, some unique gifts that you might not get other places. And what I like about Uncommon Goods is that they really tap into elements that I think are important that we've also highlighted in our presentation. So reviews, right off the bat, the thing that stands out is, well, one, I really love the product imagery, and I live in Pennsylvania, so I went to go look at the Pennsylvania coaster spoon rest, and I think it's beautiful. And they have multiple examples here. What I also really like, and I'm starting to see this more, especially with the integration of AI and results, they are aggregating elements of reviews that people liked. It's beautiful design, great quality, unique and personal. I think that's a really great element to the page right off the bat. Something else that I really like, now adding things like Afterpay and making it easy for customers to shop, I think that's a great call out that I would imagine has helped with conversions as well. Something else that Uncommon Goods does, and some other retailers will do this, but conversion enablement copy, only 6 left. So they're trying to let me know, hey, if you want this thing, make sure you buy it soon because you might not get it at all. If we keep going, what I really like is that they have these little markers here. They're always good just to add information to the page, what it's made from, the size, the care wash, what makes it uncommon. So I love that they go in and explain what makes this an uncommon good. So this isn't something you can get everywhere. What I really love is that it's a piece of art and it's one of a kind and it's going to vary. And I think that note right there is really great. And it's an uncommon original, so it's created by an in-house team. What I also like is that they show about the maker, so who made it, where they're based out of, their bio. I thought that was really awesome, and if you want, you can go ahead and look at the full collection by that artist. And then shipping information, which we all know is super important. It tells us that it will usually ship within 24 hours. It'll give you more information about, shipping costs and breakdowns, everything you need. They also have this note here about product Q&A, which is further down the list. So if you have certain information that you're looking for, you can look to see if that's been answered by an FAQ or make your own. And then getting into one of the foundational parts is reviews. So again, as we saw at the top, these are things that people love about the product. Again, these are really great markers of what people are saying in their reviews. And for a product, this has 4.9 stars, 97% would recommend to a friend. What's also really great is that there are photos from the reviews. So these UGC, user-generated content, this is really awesome when it comes to helping make that purchase. And I think about how people on the social team can use these, people on the email team, right? This content allows you to help sell your product on and on multiple channels. So your PDP information matters a lot, and I think Uncommon Goods does a really great job with that. So we've talked a lot about PDPs. We've talked about why they're important. We looked at what makes a successful PDP. We talked about tips to make a PDP audit successful. We've looked at merchant center elements. We've looked at live SERPs. We've done a lot in our time together. And to round it out, some tools to make your audits easier. When it comes to tools, these are just examples of ones that I use for my tool stack, and I think they can be helpful for you as well. So I break them up into 3 categories, if you will. Data analysis, so Search Console, GA4, and I actually will use Screaming Frog not only as a technical tool, but as a way to bulk pull data for me to analyze. Technical tools, Page Speed Insights, GT Metrics. Obviously, we can use Search Console for reports as well. I'll use Google Rich Results to help with, schema validation, and the schema.org validator, as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, that's a big help as well. And then when it comes for content ideation or keywords I want to add to the page or optimize for, Ahrefs, SEMrush. I'm a big Ahrefs fan, but I've also used SEMrush before. Google Trends is also a really great one. So what are things people are searching for in relation to your product? How is that product trending? What ideas can you get from that trends data? And ChatGPT. I've been leveraging ChatGPT a lot as a way to get ideas, to play off of information that I give ChatGPT based on my prompt, and then I can go into, Ahrefs or SEMrush and do further research. So there's definitely a bunch of different tools, but these are the ones that I tend to stick with when it comes to PDP audits. We've talked about so much today, and I'm so grateful to have spent the time with you. I really hope that you were able to take away the importance of PDPs and maybe learned a thing or two to make your audits easier. If you want to connect with me further, you can connect with me on LinkedIn. A big thank you again to Sean for allowing me to be part of this series, and I wish you all the best of luck in your PDP optimization journey.
Yeah, that was awesome. And again, thank you to all the speakers so far. Yeah, really great. And what I really love doing about this is the range of topics we covered is, so many different topic areas and speakers from all over the world, which is something I really wanted to, encourage and do. So, and yeah, sorry if my stream's telling me the signal's a bit bad, but hopefully it's okay. So yeah, just obviously as well, like we got speakers from agency, from freelance, in-house, a great mixture of people. And yeah, obviously if you missed any of this so far, do go and catch up on YouTube. You can do that on Search with Sean. You just rewind and you can watch it all again from the beginning. And obviously if you are watching on YouTube, please do like because it boosts the stream up, and that really helps, obviously. So the next talk is a really good one. I'm really looking forward to this. And it's from Naomi Francis Parker. So it's how to use faceted navigation as a tool for e-commerce success. So an in-depth guide to facet navigation, covering how to identify opportunities, implement it on your website, the benefits and considerations, supported by relevant statistics and case studies. So yeah, it's a really good one again. And we're getting to like the halfway point now. So do, like I say, if you can like and subscribe, obviously that'd be really appreciated. And yeah, reach out to all the speakers because they put a lot of effort into these talks.
Thank you so much for coming to my talk today. I'm Naomi. I am the SEO manager at Charlotte Tilbury Beauty, and today I'm going to talk to you about how you can use your faceted navigation as a tool for e-commerce success, and specifically how you can use that data and your internal data to inform new product categories. So this was me a year ago, because as digital marketers, as SEOs, we are constantly challenged with coming up with new innovations and new ideas to help drive our businesses and our brands forward. We need to generate more traffic, more revenue, and while those ideas can come quite freely and we can be super creative, we can also find ourselves a bit stuck where we think we've exhausted all avenues and we end up looking at the website like this little girl and thinking, okay, what now? And so this was a situation that I was in with one of my clients that used to work in the sofa space. And we had a great strategy, everything was working really fine, but obviously in marketing, we were like, okay, what next? And so we sat down and we had this collective challenge of thinking of a new way to drive revenue and traffic. And the strategy that I'm going to take you through today did just that. It's the strategy that I came up with to basically revolutionize this sofa brand and bring new life into the website and come up with new categories that went on to generate some incredible revenue results. But before I take you into the full strategy, I want to start with some statistics. 51% of customers are more likely to make a purchase from a brand if the content is personalised. Now, this relates more specifically to personalisation from logged in users and users where we already have the data about their behaviour, what they like, what they don't like, how they shop. But I want to take this one step further to show that websites as a whole need to be personalised to all users, whether or not they're logged in, or whether they're not logged in, whether they're new, fresh to the site. And also, if you think about the fact that customers love personalisation, but they don't like to give us their data, this approach is a more realistic approach when we aren't quite sure how much data we're going to have in the near future. And another study by Algolia showed that faceted navigation is considered one of the top 3 site features with benefits to business, starting with personalization and then relevance, and then faceted navigation is the third one. So it just goes to show you that businesses are interested in this, and businesses understand how important faceted navigation can be when used in the right way. But as we'll see, not all businesses are doing this, so I'm here to show you how. But before we get into that, I want to go into product categorization the old way. Now, we all know this, but product categorization is a way to help users find what they're looking for. But when we think of product categorization in this very broad sense, we don't always think about refreshing them or making sure that they're up to date along with user trends, customer search data, how people are using social media, what customers are wanting constantly changes. And when we only think of product categorization as this, we tend to find categories that are broad, categories that have faceted navigation, but that faceted navigation is only used to refine results and not actually produce results. And often these categories and these faceted navigations are set up with a set and forget mentality, a kind of once done situation, because not many people do refresh their product categories and their faceted navigation, and I believe that it should be something done as often as you refresh your keyword research, because it's the same thing. User behavior changes and you need to make sure that you're up to date with that. And if you think of this, 61% of users say they will go to another site if they don't find what they want within 5 seconds. Now, I would argue that this will probably reduce to 3 seconds or 2 seconds, maybe even 1 second in the future when we have the likes of, GPTs and the idea that everything is at our fingertips. This idea is not a new one to us, but actually we need to give users what they want as quickly as possible. And we need them to be able to get it as efficiently as possible, which is why we need product categories that speak more specifically to them. And no one is doing this. No one is wanting to filter all their results and making sure that they have all the facets and all the filters set up correctly so that they can get the product they want. They want it done for them. And the people that are doing this at the moment will not be doing it for much longer when we consider that people's attention spans and the speed at which people want to get stuff is quickening. And so we need to be able to respond to that. And 48% of customers spend more money when their experience is personalised, which just shows the revenue benefit to this. And so all of this is basically leading me to explain to you product categorization the new way. Now, this is a very obvious one, but put your customers first. I say this because we all know that we should do this and we all strive to do this, but we find, or I certainly find, that when you're up against tight deadlines, you have stakeholders, management, you have clients coming at you with new problems, they want things straight away. It can get quite stressful and you can find yourself, doing good work, but sometimes what you might do might not be with the customer, at the heart of things. And I've been guilty of this, and I'm sure others have been guilty of this as well. And so this strategy really does put the customer at the heart of things, and it's like a surefire way to make sure that you consistently do that without having to think too much about it. And as I've said, faceted navigation is a data tool that can be used to gain insights into a customer preferences. It is not just a means to an end, and it's not just something that's just there, you've set it up, okay, great, the customer can do the work. It's actually something that can help you gather data, and it should be used as such. I'm going to show you how you can do that. And when you think of it this way, you will discover new subcategories. You will be able to tailor your site to your customers' needs, and you will be able to improve your visibility and competitiveness. And if you are also a smaller brand or a big brand, and you want to improve your visibility for generic keywords in addition to your branded keywords, this strategy is a really good way to do it because it focuses on the generics, it focuses on the search demand for the realm outside of your brand. It is very product focused and therefore very customer focused because they're the ones buying the products. So that's all great, but how do we do this? And this is what I'm going to take you through. However, before I get into that, I would like to provide a caveat that in an ideal world, you would have your faceted navigation tracked. You would be able to gather, you would have data gathered, and you would be able to track how your customers are using your faceted nav and your filters to understand what products they really want, what facets work, maybe which facets don't work, maybe facets that you need. But I understand that not all businesses have this, and it is also something that if you have very tight budgets, you may not be able to implement because it requires dev work, etc. So that would be kind of step one to get all that set up. But luckily, this strategy does not rely on that because the clients that I worked with did not have that in place prior to us implementing the strategy. So it's definitely doable without it. It just will be easier if you did have that. So that's step one, or step 0 rather. I'll take you on to step 1, but that's your pre-step. And the example that I'm going to take you through is sofas. So as I mentioned at the beginning, this is an industry that I did this for very successfully, but it's also quite a nice example because we all know what a sofa is. We have all sat on one, and we probably know someone, or we have done it ourselves, shop for sofas. And so we understand that it's a very broad industry, but it's also an industry where the items are very expensive and people do want to tailor their results before they actually make the purchase. So it's a very good example. But it definitely isn't specific to sofas. You can apply this strategy and method to jewelry brands, fashion brands, shoes, anything that requires faster navigation to be used so that your customers can find their results as quickly as possible. This strategy works for that. So, step 1, pick a category. Now, I would recommend picking a very broad category, or a category that you know requires a lot of tailoring, a lot of filtering in order for the customer to find the product. And if we look at loaf, Loaf wasn't the client that I worked for, just to make that super clear. It's just a really good example because I have a very good menu. So it's a great example of a sofa brand where you could implement this. But no, it wasn't Loaf. So if we take sofas as the category, obviously it's super broad. And we can already see that there are so many subcategories underneath that. So it's a great place to start because we know it requires a level of work that the customer has to do. And we know the customer doesn't want to have to do that work. So using a broad category that you know is very, it requires a lot of filtering is a good place to start. So sofas. Step 2, find the demand. Now, this is where if you have tracking in place already, this is where that data comes in handy because you want to be able to understand what the demand is within your faceted nav. So are people interested in type or colour or whatever it might be, or size? So you can use that data to then inform that, and it'll be much quicker. But if you don't have that data, you can use your faceted navigation, which I'm going to take you on to. But you can also, and you should also, be speaking to the people in your business who actually interact with your customers when they're making a purchase. So your customer service teams, your sales teams. If you have stores, you want to speak to your sales assistants and your store managers, the people that are on the ground, and you want to put yourself in your customer's shoes. What is it that they truly want? And sometimes these insights, can't be necessarily found online. There's an online element of it, yes, which we'll come on to, but you can't really beat the people that are actually selling to your customers in real life. So definitely speak to those teams. Gather the data, understand the pain points or what people really love, and that will help you build a picture of what the demand is. And then the online version is go through your faster navigation within the category that you've picked and have a look at the ways that your customers can filter their results. So continuing with loaf, we can see that type is one area, style is another area, size another area, quite a broad area, and then colour and fabric. So all of these are potential subcategories that we can make a page for because the demand is there. But you need to couple this with your internal data, as I've said, and then step 3 is using the keyword research to then back up those theories. And this will help you prioritize, because you may end up with a very big list. This will help you prioritize that list based on what will essentially yield the greatest results. And again, e-commerce, you'll be thinking about revenue and traffic. So this step is really important for, understanding that. So if we continue with the facets that we just saw, so color, style, and type and fabric, and we do some keyword research, we can start to build a picture of, okay, which kind of pages can we create? So corner sofa, this would be style, 110,000 searches a month. So this is a really healthy search volume, and there is 100% demand here that would warrant a new product category page. If we add colour into the mix, we can see that grey sofa generates 10,000 searches a month. So again, a nice healthy volume, which could potentially warrant a new product category page. If we add those together, we have grey corner sofa. So this would be a more specific page, yes, but there are still 9.9 thousand searches for colour and type, which would which would indicate that there is potential for this, again, to be maybe a subcategory of a subcategory, to again give customers what they want in the shortest amount of time possible. And then if we go super long tail and we add all these together, we have grey leather corner sofas. So we've now thrown fabric into the mix, which we know people are interested in. Now, this generates not as many searches a month, it's 1.3 thousand, but there's still enough of a search volume here, in my opinion, that could warrant its own page, because people are searching for colour, style, and colour type, and fabric. So all of a sudden we've built quite a good picture of where the demand is. And if we add all of this search volume together, just for this one example, it's 21,000 total searches. So there is a really high demand here, and evidence that people are looking for very specific products within the sofas realm. But again, you could do this for many different industries. And at the moment, Loaf are not providing pages that match this. Customers still have to do the work on the page. And if we go back to that attention span of, if they don't find what they want within 5 seconds, they leave, we are quite literally leaving money on the table. And so if we look at this in practice and we do like a brand search for grey leather corner sofa Loaf, we can see the top 5 pages are corner sofas, which is probably the closest match. Customers can obviously find grey leather corner sofas on this page, but they still will have to do the work in order to get to that product. We have the all sofas page, which is incredibly broad, and it's very unlikely that the customer is going to have the patience to sit there and go through and filter for the product that they want. We have clearance, which could be relevant, but again, it's not really matching the customer intent. And then we have a product, which is fine, but it's under the assumption that that is the product that the customer wants. They might want to shop around. Loaf might do other grey leather corner sofas, but based on these search results, you wouldn't necessarily know. If we take brand out of it and just look at the general landscape, in the top 5 search results, there are actually 2 websites that offer the customer exactly what they want in the quickest time possible. They land on these pages and they see the products that they want to shop for. They're far more likely to buy. We have Furniture and Choice at the top, and then we have Amazon at number 5. And then the other pages that are ranking for grey leather corner sofas, close, but still have to find the colour. And that's assuming that SC Furniture in this example have a filter for colour. Leather corner sofas, again, they're all leather corner sofas essentially. So that's fine, but it still requires work. And so if I was a customer and I searched for grey leather corner sofas, I know which 2 options I would probably go for, because it's going to give me the products that I want in the shortest amount of time, and it will just save me a job essentially. So that's all great, but there are some key considerations that I would like you to take into account before you implement your new pages. So you've put together this strategy, you've got your list of say like 3, 4, 5 new product categories that you want to add onto your website. Perfect. But before you get carried away and add those pages to the site, as with all things, new pages, faster navigation, there are technical considerations that really need to be thought about before you just whack them on the site. So I've tried to simplify this as much as I can into 3 key questions that you need to ask yourself before you add those new pages. The first question is, how will these pages fit into the current structure? Now, as with all new pages on the website, we all know, they need to fit into a certain structure, especially when you're looking at categories and subcategories, to help provide context to search engines, but also, we've got LLMs, we've got anything that is trying to figure out how your new pages are working on your website. You need to provide context, and the easiest way to do that is to make sure that your subcategories are folded correctly. So plan your new subcategories within the context of your existing categories. For example, corner sofas is a parent category of grey corner sofas. Grey corner sofas is a parent category of grey leather corner sofas. So you're using the parent-child and then grandchild, and then in this case, great-grandchild structure for this. And so it's relatively straightforward, but you need to make sure you've thought about this before you've added the pages, because I've seen instances where pages have just been added and they're just floating around. Not, they're orphaned and you can't even find them anyway. So plan your new subcategories within the context of your existing categories and you'll be good to go. The second question is, how will the existing facets work on the site? So, as with all things faceted navigation, the technical side can be super tricky. And if you don't get it right, you can go into a world of problems of cannibalization, duplication, and potentially thousands of pages being indexed on your website, which you don't really want, and pages that don't offer much value. So you need to be very careful of this. You have two options, and they are entirely dependent on your site's capability. So there isn't really a preference. It's just you will need to speak to your tech team, your dev, and figure out which one is the best option for you. First option is that facets with a corresponding page, so your new product page that you've come up with, takes users to that page when they clicked on. So for example, you will go onto your corner sofas page and then you filter for grey corner sofas. And you have a page that is dedicated to grey corner sofas. When users filter for grey on your corner sofa page, they are taken to your new subcategory page that you've created. And that's fine. That's one option. It's a bit of a complicated option, but it is an option nevertheless, and there's no harm in doing it this way. And your second option, which is the more simple option and probably easier, is that your facets work as normal. Oh, I'm sorry, you can't see the corner of that. But essentially, your facets work as normal and only change the content on the page. So someone clicks on grey on the corner sofas page, and then the content on the page changes as it normally would, but the users aren't taken to a new URL. And they're your two options. Again, there's no preference as to which one you go for. You just need to speak to your tech team. But regardless of what you go for, the advice of do not have your faster navigation indexable still stands, because that is where you'll run into all the issues that I listed before. And then the last question is will this page add value? If it doesn't add value, don't do it. Because the temptation when you go through this exercise, you may come up with 15, 20, 30 new subcategories or great-grandchild categories or new pages, and the temptation is just to do all of them because oh my god, there's so much traffic to be had, so much money can be made. But you want to avoid doing that, because you may find that once you've implemented the first 3 or 4, let's say, they're the most important ones, and you start to see how they work, you will get learnings from how you've done those pages to help inform the strategy for the remaining of the pages. But B, you may find that the other pages that you thought may be super valuable might not be as valuable as initially thought. And so you don't really want to put in the time and energy to create those pages that aren't going to yield the results that you're looking for. So if it doesn't add value, don't do it. And I've rambled on for quite a while, but I do want to go through a case study. This is the sofa client that I spoke about earlier, just so that you can see how this translates into real revenue. I can't talk about the company that I did this for, so I've called them the Secret Sofa Company. And essentially, we did the strategy that I've just taken you through, and we did actually go down the type, colour, fabric route. And we added, in the end, over 50 new categories to the site, combining all of these elements. There are a lot of categories that we added, but that was because the website, we only had the broad categories and we had no subcategories. So we actually had to add quite a few subcategories in order to make sure we were speaking to all the elements of the customer journey. We used a mix of search data, as I've shown you with the keyword research, and then also internal data. So we actually spoke to the sales teams, we spoke to the sales assistants and the customer service teams to understand what the best selling colour and fabrics were, because this helped us figure out the demand and prioritise based on what we've been told. And then we coupled that with the search data to figure out which avenues we needed to go down first, specifically which colours we wanted to make pages for first, because obviously there are loads of colours. We needed to make sure that we were going for the most relevant ones. And then we also created supporting blog content to link to the new categories. And this was because, obviously, from an SEO perspective, we wanted to make sure that these new pages launched with the best possible start and with a layer of authority kind of underneath them and supporting them. And so we did that, and we also built links to these pages as well. So kind of building out of the whole SEO strategy. And we did all of this. And within the first 2 months, these new pages generated over £30,000. And this is just these new pages. This is not existing pages. This is just from the 50 new subcategories. And then in 12 months, we generated even more than that. So it just goes to show you the real benefits that doing something as simple as reviewing your faceted navigation and figuring out, oh, maybe, there is some potential here to make pages. It just shows you, if you do that, relatively low budget, what you can go on to achieve, and then obviously you can then build a business case to then do more of the same thing. So I don't expect you to remember all of that, but if you do remember 3 things from this, these would be them. Number 1, start tracking your faceted navigation. Even if you find that you are not able to, or you don't want to implement this strategy immediately, I would still recommend start tracking your faceted navigation so that you can start to build and accumulate data. And really, the more data you have, if you do come to do this exercise, the better, because you'll really have a strong picture of what people are searching for, what they're doing, and it may also influence other areas of the website just based on that additional intel into customers' search behaviour and filtering behaviour. Number 2, please review your faceted navigation. I've actually worked with clients who have the same faceted navigation on every single PLP, even though that some of the facets weren't even relevant to the products on the page, which is crazy. So just review your faceted navigation because A, better customer experience, which at the end of the day, that's what you want. And B, you may learn more about your customers by doing that. You need to make sure that your faceted navigation is still relevant to your customers, and also you may find that there are some, filtering options that you don't have currently, which are actually still really important to your customers, and you might want to add those. So review your faceted nav. And then this is arguably the most important one. Speak to your sales teams. I know I've said it already, but it's crazy to me that marketing teams and other teams don't speak to the sales teams, even though they're the people that are actually selling to your customers. And the insights that these teams have is invaluable. So do make sure you speak to your sales teams, go for coffee with them, just, ask them what they're seeing. Even if it's not related to this, just understanding generally the customer trends, but for your specific business and product, it's better than any case study you'll ever read. So yeah, definitely do that if you do nothing else. And you'll probably find that you come up with new ideas just off the back of doing this alone. So thanks so much for listening to my talk. Please connect with me on LinkedIn and let me know how you get on. I really appreciate, drop me a DM, anything you like. I really appreciate you listening, and have a great rest of the show.
Yeah, another great talk, and thank you again for that. So yeah, we're moving on, and we're nearly halfway through, which is crazy. It's gone really fast. So just remember, if you are watching this on YouTube or you're catching up, please do hit that like button, because it will help the channel, help this video get out. The speakers put a lot of effort in. So really do appreciate that if you can hit the like button, and that will help spread the word on their great presentations. And if you didn't know, there is another day to this. So day 2 of these great talks will be on Friday, same time, 10 to 2-ish. And you can check it all out, and it'll be the same sort of format, but great news sort of videos on different topics. So yeah, and like I say, it's all can be caught up on YouTube. So if you head over to Search with Sean, you'll be able to, or if you're on there, you can go through my videos and catch up on all this live stream. So the next one, and we're taking a bit of a different sort of change in direction, I guess, is it's all around. Sorry, I'm just doing some admin. It's all around redundancy, unfortunately, as we know a lot that's going on at the moment. So this was a discussion I had exclusively for this event with Laura Yanku, and it's titled Bouncing Back After Redundancy. And Laura discusses the reality of redundancies today, how employers can manage them compassionately, and how those affected can cope, plan for the future, and bounce back with real life examples, goal setting tips, and valuable resources. So yeah, it's definitely a really important topic. So let's get that one going. I should have probably titled these videos better, but you live and learn. We're 7 years experience, mainly focusing on helping brands grow organically. She's worked with a bunch of tech startups and recently built a price comparison site for the UK market from the ground up with little to no resources, which is great. She likes to call herself a full stack SEO because she handles everything from branding and UX to leading projects from start to finish. She's now taken a further step and started exploring the idea of getting qualified as a mentor within her industry, and is looking for more purpose-driven marketing projects that align with her ethos and life values. That sounds awesome. And she's also got a personal project called Searchpedia, where she plans to showcase free resources for search marketers. So that sounds really awesome. And I'm sure we'll hear about that a bit more. So yeah, welcome, Laura, and welcome to Search with Sean Live.
Thanks, Sean. Well, thanks for having me. That was a very nice intro. And yes, you will hear from me, especially when it comes to Searchpedia, because as the topic will reveal, I have recently been made redundant. So now I have all the time in the world to dedicate to my personal projects, which is amazing. So I wanted to sort of just get into this topic a little bit more. And I think in a way is sort of the best time to do it. First of all, because I've been made redundant twice in my career as an SEO, and secondly, because unfortunately it happens quite a bit during the month of December for some reason. We all know that it's been sort of a trend, I guess, for the past couple of years. A very nice one, but unfortunately something that we deal with quite a lot in the digital marketing industry and tech. Now, my presentation is called Bouncing Back because I like to see the sort of positive aspects of life in general, and whatever happens, I like to have my head up high and perhaps help the people around me that are going through the same kind of scenarios, and with resources, with a bit of mentorship on the side, and just a kind word sometimes. So you've been made redundant, hopefully not, but if you have, now what? What are the kind of next steps when it comes to dealing with redundancy? Now, I hope you're gonna appreciate my cats. I've got a couple of cats around my presentation. Funnily enough, none of them are mine. My cat is not in the presentation, which is a bit of a weird one, given that I've got like 10 million pictures of her. So yeah, sorry, Leshan. You didn't make it, girl. Well, first of all, I think it'll be really good to focus on the topic at hand and kind of see the big picture before we go a bit more personal. I think redundancy in the tech industry, and particularly in SEO and digital marketing, is quite predominant at the moment. Only today, funnily enough, I've actually interacted with someone over LinkedIn that has been recently made redundant, and I was like, oh, cool. So it has begun. All of the open for work banners are going to be showcased on LinkedIn, and sort of we'll see probably a very, very big list of professionals in that kind of boat. Now, what is important, I think, is to sort of look over the whole personal aspect of it, which is quite hard when, you know, I suppose your livelihood is affected, and perhaps your self-worth and your confidence, but it is really important to see the bigger pictures, or else I feel like it's hard to not take it personally. I would say most of the times it's not personal. Now, if it is personal, that's a different kettle of fish. We're not going to explore that today. But I think it is important as a professional to get personal with your story and explore the ways you can rebuild and why not perhaps even thrive. Now, if we look at the timeline on a macro level, since 2022 up to this year, you can see a bit of a sort of like growing trend into layoffs in tech industry. Now, obviously, not all of us are being made redundant from Twitter or Meta or Cisco or the big players. Some of us come from like smaller companies, sometimes startups, sometimes companies that would probably have, I don't know, less than 10, 20 employees, where the general feel is a little bit different than being, I suppose, laid off by Meta, for example, where I understand, you still work within your team and you get to build that report, but there are different processes put in place. Whereas I believe that when you work for a smaller company, it's a learning curve for both of you. It's a bit of a weird statement, but I suppose they're learning how to make people redundant, and you're also like sort of learning how to receive that with a pinch of salt. Now, I'm not going to get into the timeline of the tech layouts because, to be fair, it's quite depressing. And yeah, it's unfortunate. It's the reality of today. But I will be focusing a bit more on the bigger picture. Now, when you make someone redundant, I can't really think about, actual reasons apart from, I suppose, the general business needs, right? Where, I don't know, you didn't make the cut with your budget that year, or you didn't reach your targets, or you need to do restructuring, or you figure out that your investors are no longer in the picture, and so on, where unfortunately the people that are going to be affected are your employees. So I understand that it's quite a challenging thing for businesses, but at the same time, I think it could be done in a way where when you let go someone, you do it with empathy. You do it with empathy, and you realize that behind that role is someone with a family to support, with years of experience or maybe they just started, I don't know, but a professional in the making sometimes that could be easily impacted by such a decision. And you need to think about someone who doesn't necessarily think about a job they lost, but a career, which I think it's a bit more personal. Now, a little bit about coping and recovery. What I found helped me during this process was sort of joining a couple of groups, support groups. Our industry, especially the SEOs, I feel like we've done a very good job in connecting over different platforms, either with Slack, with channels like Women in Tech SEO, Indeed, so neurodivergence in SEO, and even like paid channels like marketing. Now it's on Discord actually, but there's another channel called Mostly Marketing that has been proven really resourceful when it came to these kind of things. And apart from just talking to professionals, I think it was very important to look inwards a bit and think about my mental health. Now, what I've discovered is that for your mental health, talking is the best thing when it comes to being made redundant. I know a lot of people, they take it a bit with shame because they make it about themselves. They think it's personal. Well, again, I repeat, probably 9 in 10 is not personal. So talking with anyone, friends, mentors, family, even a therapist, it's very important. And sort of just keep that routine that you had while you were working. Like, even if you're not employed anymore, make sure you don't slack. All right. So, for example, if you feel like lying in one morning, you don't have to feel guilty about it, obviously. But I think it's important to have a very similar routine to the one you had when you were employed. So stay active. Like, if you used to wake up at 8 o'clock, have a brekkie, have your coffee, go for a run, don't change that. Like, business as usual, even though you're not employed anymore, kind of thing. Now, the next thing that I think is related to keeping up your mental health is setting up goals. I'm going to talk a bit about this a little bit later in the game because this is something that I've recently started exploring myself. I took part of this seminar with a very, very amazing professional on LinkedIn who does that for our industry, called Tasmin. And I realized how important it is to have these clear goals and refer to them when life changes, regardless if you're being made redundant or something else happens. And then I don't know exactly what this is, by the way. Here, magazine is a political. I think this was a lorem ipsum text that just stayed there in the presentation. But yeah, another really important thing I think is updating your talent profile. So now you've got all the time in the world. Like I said, I've started building Searchpedia the week I was made redundant. Like it was in the making, to be fair, but it was just like the best sort of scenario in that sense. I was like, okay, so I don't have a job now, but I've got my personal project, so I can refer to it. I know that it's relevant for my industry, and I know that it's going to keep my brain and soul involved, you know? So yeah, when it comes to updating your talent profile, I think updating your CV and LinkedIn profile is probably like step number one. There's so many like free CV writing services out there that you can access online. If, I don't know, you're not satisfied with your CV or you'd like to try something new. So yeah, we've got a resources section at the end of this presentation where you can actually find a couple of links. I think another really important thing is networking. So reach out to your colleagues, because probably most of the times it's not just you being let go. There are other people in your team or your department that unfortunately have been let go at the same time. So I think keeping that relationship active is quite important. Perhaps, you know, I know in the beginning it's probably mostly about what just happened and venting and other kind of like ways of getting it out, you know. But I think just being present in these people's lives is amazing, and keep that up, really. Now, another thing that I feel like is really important is to attend events. So even if you're not working anymore, and probably most of the times the events that you would have been gone to were supported by the company, I think it is important to keep that up, regardless if you're going representing yourself or a company. And then the last one, which I think is quite, I suppose, you know, self-explanatory, is use this time to upskill. So, I mean, with AI happening everywhere, because I think we're experiencing an AI fatigue at this point, but I think it's so important to keep up and learn new tools at the end of the day, because regardless of the industry that you're in, really, this is something that's going to be part of it anyway. So just stay ahead of the game, really. And then keep an eye on your finances, which again, I've got no lorem ipsum text here, so sorry about that. Do you have any questions so far, or can I go on with my presentation?
No, it's a great presentation. I mean, I just agree with you, the fact that, you know, whatever the situation, whether you're still in a role or whether you've been made redundant, you should continue to expand your skill set as much as you can when you get the time, because if something bad happens like this, at least you've got those to, you know, fall back on perhaps, or you can then start to expand that if you've got more time. And, you know, if you have got that desire, then yeah, start these personal projects like this for me, or like your website. One, it may interest you, but two, also, yeah, you know, you're only going to be better equipped when you're going out to find new jobs that you know, your new possible job may find that really kind of impressive, and obviously puts you in the front seat in terms of like trying to get a new job. So it wouldn't be time wasted. So yeah, that's it.
Yeah. So I'm going to go into goals a bit, only because, as I mentioned previously, this is something a little bit life-changing for me in this sense. So even before I was made redundant, I think probably around 2 months prior to being made redundant, I had this sort of, let's call it inspiration, to look into mentorship and sort of just reframe a bit how I'm looking at my career in the long term. Because I love what I do, and I always have. Like, everyone who knows me and has worked with me, they know I'm quite passionate about the topic, and to the point that they call me a nerd, and they start yawning and doing all these like funny gimmicks when I start talking. But at the same time, I've also got to that point where I was like, right, I love it, but something's missing. I don't know if that's something that most people experience or not, but when it hit me, I realized that I wasn't feeling the same drive and satisfaction after a project. So I didn't want to lose that, and I sort of started exploring other avenues. And when I got into mentorship, I've been doing it for a very long time, to be fair, for this volunteering organization in Romania, but on and off sort of thing. So I never did it every month kind of thing where I could build myself up as a mentor. But I realized I was doing it in SEO with the people I worked with every time. And regardless if it was help with a project, or help with a salary negotiation, or help with how techniques to speak to your manager, or things that we would sort of encounter in our career at the same time, sort of thing, got to that point where I was like, I'm doing it without realizing it, and I love it, but at the same time it does take quite a lot out of you. So yeah, that sort of directed me to this like course online. So one of the women that, as I mentioned before, she's actually offering these things professionally. She did a goal setting accelerator. So pretty much a week in which we've met every day for around 45 minutes at the end of our work day, and just spoke about these little, let's say, exercises that she sent us to do in the mornings. And they were very like simple things at the end of the day, like journaling, for example, or just write down a couple of things, but you realize how hard it is to get into that mindset to actually do it. And then once you actually get to do it, you realize how important they are to your career, and figure out how do you get what's actually important for you, and how do you get from A to B without major sacrifices, and just so I'm just going to talk about setting up goals and how I think this simple framework can really help you set goals that are achievable and realistic after you've been made redundant. And I've split it in a couple of like timelines, let's say quarters if you like. I put immediate goals. So if you're struggling to process what happened to you, get out of bed, just get back on the horse and start living, I think you should focus on these immediate goals. And I think things like updating your CV and just talk to people, notify a network that you're available now, and sort of mostly talk about your achievements rather than your skill set. I think it's a bit more important. Then I thought about short-term goals, 1 to 3 months. Again, these are literally just what I think will work for me. But the way I see it is, especially in our industry, I think it's so important to identify those target industries or the roles you want to focus on. So for example, let's say you've done I don't know, project management in SEO, or you've done content SEO and you want to keep on the same sort of path. I think it'd be very important to kind of look right now what's available on the market, which industries are most likely to invest into the big bucks into these kind of roles, and just go for that. Now, obviously, if they don't match with what you've done before or what you'd like to do, don't despair. I mean, it's not always the case. You can always, sit back and kind of wait for, obviously, if the finances are in order, just sit back and kind of choose, what you want to do at the end of the day. Because I've also found out that a lot of people, they tend to just jump on the next available role with absolutely no time to sort of grieve your previous life, your previous team, your previous routine. And it can get from bad to worse. Sometimes not, sometimes it works, but in my experience, it didn't work that way. So I think it's really important to give yourself that time to sort of explore other avenues. Again, Another short-term goal, I think it'd be important to enroll in some online courses to boost your skills. We've already spoke about that, and at the end of this presentation, we actually have a list of a couple of relevant ones. And then maybe set up a target to apply to, I don't know, let's say 10 jobs every week. And don't necessarily go over, but if you obviously don't find the 10 jobs that you like, don't just apply willy-nilly, because that's just waste of time, really. But it's good to have a target in that sense. So let's say 3 jobs. I want to apply for 3 jobs this week. So I'm going to be doing this, this, and this, Not to mention, I don't know if you've noticed, and I don't know when's the last time you interviewed for a job role in SEO, but especially when you're in a more senior role, they want a lot from you with an application. So you'll have to do 6-7 steps application where you meet with so many people in that team. You've got to do tests, you've got to do quizzes, you've got to do pretty much bend over backwards to sort of get to the stage where an offer has been made. So applications take time, so don't overwork yourself in that sense, and only apply for things that you really want. Like, don't just, as I said, apply willy-nilly because, oh my God, I don't have a job now, I need to get a job ASAP. So when it comes to long-term goals, I put 6 to 12 months. Again, don't quote me on that. I think that's sort of the plan for myself, is to build a personal project or portfolio if you haven't already. If you have, keep updating it like as much as you can. Add all your relevant qualifications there. If you've just, let's say your Google Analytics expired, your certification expired this year, do it now, ASAP, have it there, updated, have all of it available for your next employer. I also put, again, attend industry events to expand your network, and secure a new role that aligns with your goals. I think that's like the last bit. Hopefully it's not going to take a year to do it, but I feel like you have to be permissive with your timeline and actually sort of, again, go for it, what you want. Don't just accept anything, really. And this is more of a disclaimer here. I said dream big but keep it real. I feel like this, when you're being made redundant, especially from a tech role, our skills are quite transferable in general. Like in SEO, for example, you get so many things, like you get UX, you get, obviously you're not a UX whiz, but when you deliver SEO, you automatically deliver UX as well. I know some people wouldn't agree with me, but in my experience, you need to understand it. And I feel like to get back on the topic, when you have so many transferable skills, you tend to visualize yourself in different roles and you're like, what if, I don't know, I'm passionate about tech SEO, what if I learn how to, I don't know, build websites? The next best thing, some people could be extremely talented in that sense and they could pick up very easily codes. Some, they're probably more skilled with words or publishing really relevant content. So it's important to sort of keep that dream on your level. Like, ideally, it's nice to explore and kind of know a little bit of everything, but then you also risk to be a jack of all trades and a master of none. So sort of try to keep it real. And then once you know what you want to do, just break that into smaller actionable steps. And again, no pressure. Don't put pressure on you because nothing's really working under pressure. So that's my 2 pence when it comes to setting up goals after redundancy. I think they're quite easy, to be fair. In theory, but hopefully, it'll prove to be useful for someone. Now, when it comes to resources, I was positive here and I put the only ways up. So I'm just going to emphasize on this bit here. Stay curious and open to change, and you'll find a new place in the digital future. I know things are changing. As I said, there's an AI fatigue coming, happening at the moment. Everyone's talking about AI. AI is absolutely everywhere. And it's scary sometimes, but at the same time, the minute you learn how to integrate in your day-to-day work, it just becomes exciting, and you become more relevant for future employees. And if you want to stay in digital marketing, you gotta do it. It's as simple as that. So yeah, then on the resource pages, I've got a nice, I think this is a Norwegian forest cat. I think such an adorable cat. Anyway, we've got a couple of resources that are specific to UK, but as I told Sean in the beginning of our conversation, I think obviously if you're watching us from a different country, there are 100% resources, similar resources in your home country. It's where you can explore and find out a bit more about your redundancy rights. I think it's really important to sort of look into it when you're going through redundancy, because there might be things that you might be missing or your employer has had missed, sometimes purely accidental, human error, sometimes not. So yeah, I think it's really important to sort of learn about your rights when it comes to redundancies. For example, I found a very cool, interesting thing in the UK. I spoke to someone at the job centre, and they were even saying that we've got access to these courses. So there's a budget for offering free courses for professionals that want to sort of use this time while they're looking for a job to specialize in something or add a different certification to their portfolio and so on, which again, these are things that it's important you know about, because you might be ending up despairing and let's say I want to requalify as something else, and you're thinking, but I can't afford it, and then bam, you find out that you can actually do it for free. That's amazing, isn't it? So yeah, look into it, and you won't regret it 100%. When it comes to free courses, especially for SEO, there are so many out there. My personal favorite one is Tech SEO by Blue Array. It takes quite a bit, but it is amazing in the sense that even if you've been in the industry for quite a bit or you look to learn a bit about now, it's still explained in a nice sort of pace and in bite-sized information where you can learn quite easily. And it's a good refresher course for anyone who's been in the industry for a while. So yeah, check it out. And they give you an accreditation at the end. You've got the Google SEO Fundamentals on Coursera. It's completely free. I think the next enrolling is in February this year. So if you want to do that, don't miss it out. And then you've got tool-related academies and skill shops and stuff like the Ahrefs one. You've got the Moz. You've got the free JavaScript SEO by Sideboard, which is amazing. You've got SEMrush, I think, Academy as well. I don't know if it's Academy. I think it's got another name. And then the Google Skill Shop, the free SEO fundamentals. The HubSpot Academy as well is a very cool one. I've actually done most of these prior, or just in my sort of learning time, because I've always allocated time in my day for learning. So I was fortunate enough to do that in my job so far. So I actually recommend all of them. And when it comes to job search, I'm not going to bore you with Indeed and Total Jobs and all these other websites that we know of, especially in the UK. There are a couple of more international ones where you can find jobs that are advertised worldwide. So some of them are for the US market, some of them are for Europe, some of them are for Asia, and this is the list here. I can obviously share the presentation after with you and you can explore it. But yeah, this one here, the 4 days a week IO one is quite interesting because it only advertises jobs for 4 days a week, which is quite cool if you think about it. Because yeah, in our industry, I think a lot of us can agree that we can actually do our jobs in 4 days, rather than the 9 to 5 scenario where on Friday you end up playing Wordle and Super Mario or whatever. So yeah, and that's it about my presentation. I hope you liked it. I hope you're going to find something useful for yourself if you're going through redundancy. And if you are going through redundancy again, I'm really sorry, and it's not about you. It really isn't.
So yeah, really interesting information there from Laura. And obviously you are going through or have gone through redundancies recently, then do reach out to her for those resources that that may help. And again, you're watching this on catch up, which is very likely. Hopefully enjoyed it. Please do subscribe to the channel because we've got lots of stuff going on next year. I'm going to try all different types of videos, from panel videos to live streams to live events, live Q&As, the usual chats with market experts and the news and that kind of thing, SEO news. Lots going on, and they're also all on Spotify. I mentioned it earlier, but you can, if you type search with Sean in Spotify, you'll find all the latest news on AI and SEO. And if you if you type in chat with Sean, you'll find all the interviews and chats I have with industry experts, as I mentioned. So yeah, do get involved. So next one, we are, like I say, so many different types of so many topics that we're covering. So what makes it really exciting. Hopefully you're learning something about everything, really. So yeah, the next one is from a really great person in the industry. So it's Andor Palau, and he's going to cover crawling, indexing, log file analysis. And the video explores crawling, indexing, and log file analysis, as I say, with insights from Google, explaining how log file analysis work, their practical use, and real-world case studies for effective analysis. So I think, obviously, you work in SEO, all this stuff's really, really important. So, he put together a really fantastic presentation, which I'll bring up now. Yeah, and do let me know in the comments, which ones you've enjoyed, any thoughts on the videos, and again, a shout out to all the speakers. It's been great. So here we go.
Everyone, and welcome to this session. We are talking about crawling, indexing, and log file analysis in the next couple of minutes. My name is Andor. I'm an SEO consultant based in Berlin, Germany. I'm doing SEO since roughly 2009, 2010. I've worked in-house, I've worked in the agency, and in the last couple of years I'm also active as a brand ambassador for Majestic and OnCrawl in Germany, as well as a search awards judge for several awards around the globe. 1.7 million liters of water needs a Google data center every day. That's over 600 million liters of water a year. And Google has approximately 23 data centers around the world. When I mention numbers like this in a marketing meeting, in a C-suite meeting, at least in the last couple of 1 or 2 years, I experienced that the people are paying more attention to what I'm saying because they totally understand that Google's resources are not God-given, and that it may make sense from their perspective to really pay attention on the way how they are using Google's resources to ensure that their websites are being processed efficient as possible. Because if you think that a Google data center is, costing several millions of dollars, then it definitely makes sense to think about that Google's resources are not endless, and that the way how we use their resources to, for example, process our websites needs to be as efficient as possible. With no surprise, actually, therefore, it was already in 2022 when Kelly Elias from Google started about talking the fact that Google needs to be more effective and efficient when it comes down to crawling, and also being more environmental friendly. And he actually already touched a specific field where he thought that Google needs to be better, and that is the area of refresh crawls. Because in his opinion, he said that it doesn't make any sense from a Google point of view if they are hitting the same URLs again and again and again, especially when there has been no change at all. So for Google, it is really about how they allocate their resources so that they can process a lot of updated URLs without hitting the same URLs where there was no change at all. And actually, a couple of weeks, he added another interesting comment when he was asked if Google has already slowed down its crawling. And he actually declined that, but he added information that he said, well, we already got better in scheduling. So it is really the fact that Google is proactively working on the fact how they use their resources in a more efficient way. And this is something that should be in our mind, especially if you're dealing with bigger websites. And then there was actually another interesting quote from him regarding indexing, where he made the connection between the storage space Google has and the amount of URLs they can index. And he said, if Google has more space, then it may end up in a situation where more low quality content is able to be indexed. But that actually means the other way around, that if you are, for example, in a market with high competition and with a lot of quality content, that it may be more difficult to get indexed actually based on the fact that Google's storage is not endless. So keep that in mind. When we talk about crawling, we need to be, aware of the 3 reasons why we talk about that. So the first reason is, of course, we want to ensure that newly published content gets processed, indexed as soon as possible. But we also want to ensure that updated content gets actually, processed and reevaluated as fast as possible. And that is the entire area of refresh calls. And of course, we want to do that in the most efficient way. And this is why we always also talk about site speed, because crawling budget is nothing else than computer timing. And the faster Google can process a website in the given time, the more information they can collect. And this is why we also talk about resources, CSS, JavaScripts, images, video files, and all that kind of stuff, because everything goes into that. And there may be some other interesting information we need to be aware of. The first one is that the crawl budget is allocated by the host, and that actually is especially important. For example, if you run a CDN or if you run a community or something like that, it makes a difference if it is on a subdomain or if it is on your main domain. Or we need to be aware of the fact that actually all bots are counting into the crawl budget, not just the regular web bot. So AdBot and all the others Google have all count together. And of course, we should be aware of the fact that every of these files can actually processed and indexed by Google. So it is not about what is actually in your infrastructure, it is about what is on your server. And this is why you need to have a look at files like this to really make sure if there's nothing behind your web structure. When we see pages like that, domains like that, it totally makes sense that Google is actually asking for more efficient websites, because if you are providing more than 30 times more URLs on the site that actually are being indexed, and Google needs to process that all, it definitely is a waste of their resources, and therefore it makes sense to really have an eye on these topics. And again, one note that when we talk about crawling, we are not talking about indexing. These are 2 different fields, and things like no index tag or canonical tags are lovely ways to managing your indexing, but it is not about crawling. All pages that have a no index tag or have a canonical tag needs to be processed by Google so that they actually can find and evaluate the information, and therefore they need crawling. So this kind of information does not prevent crawling at all. And then there was another interesting quote actually regarding JavaScript crawling and JavaScript handling from Google, but it is, in general speaking, quite interesting. There was a comment from Martin Splitt already in 2022 when he talked about the fact that when Google is, analyzing the raw HTML, it can actually already decide if the HTML is good or bad. And if the HTML is bad, this may lead to a field or to a situation where they take away their resources and that, the entire processing of that URL is being delayed. So his actually idea was, if, for example, JavaScript website is handled slowly, it does not mean that this is just because of the JavaScript. So maybe the HTML is already bad. And, if that is valid for, of course, a JavaScript website, then this is valid for more or less every website. So keep an eye on your HTML and if it is, in the most efficient way being presented. Because when we think about this kind of information from the Search Console, it actually makes sense that there must be something like a quality mechanism, right? So if Google can already decide after the fetching the HTML if the HTML is good or bad, and they have decided that they don't want to process that URL even further, then it makes sense that we see all these different statuses like currently crawled but not indexed and all these kind of stuff in the Search Console. So there is something like a multi-step approach, like a quality mechanism in their process. So, and if you see problems on your website like this, you may have to, step back and have a bigger look of the overall quality of a website. And when we talk about crawling, we of course need to touch the fields of status codes just for a second, because generally speaking, when we talk about crawling, the fact or the one situation we definitely want to prevent are the server errors, because server errors are definitely one way how Google is taking away its resources, because if the server is not consistent and it can't really answer the request, then Google will not waste any time. You can probably see within minutes that Google is slowing down its crawling if you provide 400 status codes. And this is why you should always have something like a monitoring for your server, so that you really can make sure that it is processed quite efficiently. And when we talk about the 500 status code, we also need to be aware of the fact that there's at least one file that is not allowed to provide a 500 status code, and that is actually the robots.txt. Because if the robots.txt is providing a 500 status code over time, that actually means that, or it actually can end up in a situation where Google is de-indexing the entire domain. So please make sure that this does not happen. When we talk about the 400 status codes, we all know, of course, that these status codes do actually not harm your crawl budget. Google is not taking them into calculation. However, there's one exception, of course, and that is a 429, because that one actually means too many requests. It sounds quite similar to a 500 status code, but it belongs to that family. However, if you see something like that in your crawling statistics, in your analysis, then you definitely should have an eye on that, because that is actually hiding, and not hiding, but this is actually making your crawl budget worse. Then we need to talk about the Google IP addresses maybe for a second, because that was really a quite interesting change. Google has provided all its IPs from where it's crawling the web, and that was actually quite lovely, especially for bigger domains who have worked with technique like dynamic serving and reverse DNS lookup. So to improve their crawling, they use these techniques to maybe don't show specific faceted navigations or things like that. So for Google, so that they don't need to crawl that. And that was actually always based on a reverse DNS lookup. Nowadays, as we know the Google IPs, it is much easier to provide or to use these techniques to really make sure that crawling gets more efficient. However, there's one other thing that was or is more easier now, and that is actually blocking all the fake bots. So presumably you have been running into blockers like these in the last couple of 1, 2, 3 years more often, because nowadays websites, especially bigger websites, especially websites that don't want to be maybe spied and know that you are a fake Google bot because you maybe have changed your user agent, but you can't fake the IP, and therefore they know you are not the real Google bot, and therefore you get blocked. So this is a good sign that these websites do something in behind and actually know that you are just a fake bot and they want to block you. And then, of course, there was another interesting case regarding that, in field of information. That was actually that Reddit, of course, did not block Google, That was actually quite an interesting situation where a lot of people are, freaked out because they have looked at the robots.txt from Reddit, and there was just a /disallow, and they thought that they would block actually all crawlers in general. And then, of course, if you picked up that piece of information, that robots.txt in the rich result test, then you saw another robots.txt, and that is what I just mentioned with dynamic serving. You're providing Google a different piece of information than maybe all other users. And that is actually what every competitor can do with you. So just have in mind that if you look at something from the outside, there is at least the potential that your web or your competitor is showing you something different than they are showing Google. And you probably will not see what they are showing Google. However, of course, Microsoft, or let's say the Bing search, was blocked by Reddit, but I guess this is for another political reason. Before we look into some data, I just want to add one or two additional notes, which are maybe interesting to know. The first one is I want to make sure that we are all on the same page when we talk about log files and log file analyzers. So what is a log file actually? It is just a file where a certain information about the requests made are being stored. And the most important information are actually the host, the IP address, and then of course everything that is related with the user agent and how the request was answered. So the host is especially important, as well as the IP address, but the host especially because if you mix up data from different subdomains, and we have already learned that crawl budget is allocated by the host, you definitely want to make sure that you have the most valid data. And if you mix up log files from different hosts, from different subdomains, for example, that ends up in a situation where you screw up actually your entire results because they are more or less blended, and we don't want that. So have an eye on the fact that this information needs to be presented. The second one is, please have in mind that if you work with a load balancer, then you need to analyze the log files of the load balancer, because the load balancer is the last point of contact for the Google request and actually not your general server. And this is important because in some points the load balancer can actually rewrite certain information, like for example the status code. And I had that in my career at least twice, that the status code from the load balancer has been different than the ones from the original server. So if you get the log files from the load balancer and you crawl, or if you get the log files from the server and you crawl and you see differences, then you may have two different pieces of information, so from different areas. So have an eye on that. And in case you have no log files, then please at least use the Search Console inspection API, because with that you get the information for every URL, when it was crawled the last time, how many days has been passed since the last crawl. And with that information over time, you can actually at least make some assumptions about if your website is processed quite efficient or not. But let's start with looking into some data and to see what we really can get out of log file analyzers and all that data which is available for us. So let's imagine we do a web crawl, just a regular web crawl like I did, roughly 28,000 URLs, nothing too big. And then we look at the information in the Search Console, and we see there are roughly 300,000 indexed pages, and some millions on the side which are not indexed at all. In that particular moment, you instantly know that there must be something in between. That is such a gap that there must be a lot of orphan pages. There must be something which is Google presented, or which is seen by Google, but which is actually not inside your web crawl. And this is something really important. You need to understand that your web crawl is oftentimes just a simulation. The next thing you can actually do is you can add, for example, your Search Console data, your performance data, to see if there are some additional information here. And in that particular case, you can see that we still have our 28,000 pages in the structure, but we also had over 68,000 ranking pages in that report now. And by doing the math, there was just 10,000 of these 28,000 URLs that really got rankings. That means that over 58,000 URLs are actually often with rankings as well. So and therefore you see that there must be some problems maybe with the internal linkings. Why are there so many orphan pages? What is the reason behind that? If you see numbers like that, you definitely know that you have an issue in your infrastructure, which you then can actually have a look at. And the crazy thing is that we added then log files on top of that. And here it really, was stunning that we discovered over 700,000 orphan pages in that structure. And also we got the information that actually just 48% of these pages in that structure got crawled by Google. So really a lot of pages they had on their server and they had on their structure are not even crawled by Google at all. So, and now you can start actually to drill in and to really, try to analyze these infrastructure and try to improve it so that all important information and all important URLs are actually really being processed by Google. And the next thing I like to do in general is I like to build segments, because with segments you can add so many layers and you can look at the data from so many different views. There are actually no limitations. So you can build segments on the directory level, which is the default from OnCrawl, for example, but you also can do that by certain URL types. You can do that with your CP pages, with your PDP pages, with your regional pages. You can even do that with authors. You can organize a chart like that by authors. So there's really no limitation how you actually can segment your data, but it really improves the way how you can understand them. For example, we can have a look at the orphan pages and combine that with the number of sessions, because what I was interested in is how many orphan pages do we have that passes a certain amount of sessions. I don't want to deal with the URLs that are orphan and maybe have between just 1 or 10 sessions, but I wanted to have a look at the ones that really drives traffic and to understand why they are not in the infrastructure. So you can combine the data like that. Or you can combine the URLs and the number of sessions. And then you can, for example, see how many URLs do you have that got a lot of traffic, got a lot of sessions, but are actually not crawled by Google, and compare that with URLs that got less traffic but got crawled by Google. And you can make changes to reallocate the resources so that these pages that actually drive more traffic gets also, again, more crawled by Google. Or we can combine that in a way where we can see finally what URLs or how many URLs have rankings and got crawled by Google, how many URLs just got crawled by Google, and how many URLs do not even got crawled by Google. And then again, we can see that on a directory level or any other segment you have built. And then we can try to understand, okay, where are areas of inefficiency, where we can maybe dig into and try to implement changes so that more important information or more important URLs get processed better in the future. We, of course, need to have a look at the status codes, as already mentioned earlier, because here the devil lies in the details. If you see a chart like that, it looks very green at the very first place, which is lovely. However, if you look at the numbers of the status code, you see something like the 204 status code, which is actually more than 70% the answer to a Google request. And that is actually a problem, because that one means that this page is actually completely empty. It is there, but it has actually no content. So it is a perfect soft 404 you can even imagine. And then there's another status code you want to have a look at, and that is the 304, because that one means actually not modified. But just imagine that this status code by default will be added to a URL which was maybe not changed in the last couple of weeks or so automatically, but it was a 204 status code before, or something that, you know, is like a soft 404, like Eli describes here. That could actually make the entire thing even worse, because you think, well, this is a 304 not modified, I don't have to look at that, but actually the information behind that is bad for your infrastructure. So really have that in mind, and maybe regular provide an analysis for your 304 status code URLs, so that you really can make sure that there's nothing behind that can harm your crawling. And then of course we can look at things like the number of unique crawl pages, which is lovely if you know, for example, your baseline, the baseline of your domain. If you know you have roughly, let's say, 500,000 URLs on your structure, then this number shouldn't vary too much in one way or the other. If it does, you instantly know that there is something on the server that shouldn't be there, or maybe Google has a problem because they're just crawling less URLs than you would expect them, and therefore this is a lovely KPI for monitoring the crawling activities. Or of course we can look at the number of newly crawled pages. Let's imagine you are a dynamic infrastructure which is publishing 5,000 URLs every day. Can Google really crawl that in a specific time frame, or do they have problems to handle all these newly published URLs? This is also a lovely way how you can really have an eye on your publishing rate and if it really gets processed by Google. Or of course, we can look at things like the frequency per day, because let's assume that you make a change, you make an implementation, and you want to monitor if the crawling behavior is maybe changing, maybe allocating some resources from one directory to another. Can you really see that in your log files? Can you really see that how Google is, acting on the server? This is a way how you can, monitor these measures. And then of course, we can also have a look at things like, are your paginations crawled or not? We all know this sentence, long-term no index leads to no follow, but the question is that really the case on your server? And as you can see, there are quite a lot of paginations that got crawled by Google quite lovely. However, of course, if you can do that with paginations, we can do that with all kind of informations. And yes, there are paginations that gets crawled less. However, we can do that with no index URLs. We can do that with parameterized URLs. We can do that with every URL type and see if Google is really processing this type or not. We can have a look at the word count and to look if that actually affects the way how Google is crawling your website. We all know that word count is not really a ranking signal. However, you may see that pages with less content, so thinner pages, are being crawled less by Google. And if so, is there something you can do? Is there something you need to do? Why are they so thin in the first place? Can you pitch a content budget? Things like that you can consider now if you know that the thinner pages of your domain are being crawled less. Or we can look at the weight of a URL to see if this infects the crawling, what is with your lovely galleries, with the articles with videos included? Are they being crawled less because they are maybe more heavier than others? Or is there no difference at all? You can have a look at that by analyzing the log files. You can also look at the structure of the website and if that affects actually the crawling. So are URLs deeper in the hierarchy, less linked internally? Are they being crawled less? Or is there anything you can find out here? And maybe then you can analyze what kind of URLs are in that level, and then you can maybe make measures to reallocate internal linking, adjust internal linking to improve the crawling of these URLs in case they are worth it. We can of course also identify if the age of URLs may affect the crawling. Some domains are organized even by dates, or at least a lot of publishers of course provide a lot of content over time. And if you can see that over time the crawling is decreasing, well, what can we do? Just find out. So if there's something on your server that gets crawled less because it is older and older and older, maybe you need to refresh that so that it gets crawled again. And maybe it is a good signal that this kind of content is not really relevant for Google, depending of course on other signals, how good it is ranking and things like that. But just have a look at that and build your segments in a way like that. And of course, we can also have a look, for example, if domains or work with expiry dates. So a lot of secondhand shops, e-commerce shops do that. For example, they have just the one product on the one URL, and if it is sold, then it is gone. And how does that actually affect your crawling? And is Google even able to crawl these kind of URLs in the given time? And does it even make sense to index them? Because in some ways it could be the situation that Google is not even able to crawl all these URLs until they got sold. And if that is the case, why putting them maybe in the infrastructure, not just in the internal search? So things like that can be analyzed if you work for or with expiry dates. And the last thing I want to mention is the fresh rank. The fresh rank is a lovely metric, again, when it comes down to understand the entire process from publishing till ranking. So the fresh rank actually tells you the average amount of days between the first Google hit and the first organic hit. So, and with that in mind, it is actually quite lovely because when the URL was published, when Google hit it first, when the first organic hit was, and with that over on scale, you can actually make some interesting, assumptions and forecasts maybe for your content planning, and also, provide that piece of information. How long does it take from, publishing a URL till it got its first traffic? And therefore, it may make sense to have an eye on metrics like that. That being said, this was it for me. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you see the value till today, why we talk about crawling, log file analysis, what kind of information you can actually get out of it, why it makes sense to build segments on your data so that you really can identify a lot of different things. Look especially for inefficiencies. Please have in mind that all your regular web crawls are just a simulation. There's nothing more accurate than analyzing the log files, because only with that you see what Google is really processing on your server, and therefore give it a try. Have a lovely day and talk soon. Bye.
Yeah, fascinating again, and it's something I'm really looking into at the moment is that kind of crawl budget, log file analysis. Some great tips there. And if you are enjoying it, if you're watching this live or catching up on YouTube, do please hit the like button, because it helps boost the channel, helps boost the video, the stream, and yeah, it really, really does help me build the channel. And we've got some great plans, I say, so it all helps. The next talk, again, another good one. Getting down now to the last hour, which is crazy. It's gone so quick. So this was Jim Layao, and it's all around AI for agency marketing operations. So something a bit different again. Jim explains the differences between automation and AI, and what AI, artificial intelligence, is and what it isn't, how they can help, when, how to use automation effectively, and ways to integrate AI into operations to maximize impact. So obviously AI, the talk of the town at the moment. And yeah, this is a really great chat that goes over that. So I'll bring up the video and we'll get going. Great. Enjoy.
Or good afternoon, depending on where you are. My name is Jim, and today I'm going to be going over with you AI for agency marketing operations. This is a special topic for me, especially because I talk to about a dozen or so agencies every week, and this is something that comes up a lot, but isn't talked about so much. There's a lot of content that's already created around how to use AI for marketing purposes or sales, or perhaps even SEO, but not a whole lot actually goes into talking about how to use AI for day-to-day operations, specifically for marketing agencies. A special thanks to Sean Barber for this opportunity to allow me to share this with you. So why don't we just get right into it, and hopefully this is something that's going to help you guys out. So first off, a little bit about me and who I am. If you don't know me, my name is Jim Liu. I'm the CEO of SEO Vendor. I have been a patented inventor, especially in AI technology. I have also been an SMX presenter. I also have patents from way back as well before SEO Vendor, and also have several patent pending technologies that are under my name now that has to do with AI. I have a total of over 20 years of experience with marketing operations. Currently, I'm leading this company, SEO Vendor, which is a white label SEO agency, and we have about 30,000 partners worldwide that's utilizing our services. We have a particular software stack called Core AI that's utilized by over 500,000 people worldwide. Core AI is actually fundamental to our operations because it powers both the front end and the back end of over 10,000 campaigns. We run it across 32 what we call data sinks, or basically these are operational agents, and it helps to automate a number of SEO and agency processes. In total, we've invested over $1.2 million into our operations and tools. So one of the questions is, what does AI mean for your ops? Because we did a survey, and from the agencies that we have surveyed, which was, I think, around 150 agencies, there's only 0.1% that really knew about AI operations. Most agencies that we spoke to are either completely lost or they don't know what to do with AI when it comes to operations. However, 92% of them also said that they want AI as part of their operations. The vast majority of agencies that we talk to actually understand that AI is going to be a very big part of their future and are just trying to figure out what to do about it. So today we have agencies that basically, when we talk to them, they tell us about how there's rising costs, how there's more pressure now than ever coming from their clients, and some of them are perhaps even in different states of distress, I would say. But AI, as it's coming along, it's also transforming our industry as a whole, and I would also say as a society as a whole as well. So this is what we figured out. What agencies want are increased productivity, helping them become more efficient, reduce costs as costs are rising, and help to streamline their processes, which it also means that sometimes they have to come up with the processes if they don't already have them in place. But here's what agencies also fear or not sure about when it comes to AI. Is it going to add additional chaos? Perhaps they already have a stable process right now, but AI can come in and actually make things worse. Is AI reliable? There's a reliability factor when it comes to operations because you want consistency, you want things to work out, and not really sure if AI is going to actually do a better job. The other thing is it has to do with cost, is that it can potentially end up costing more. Is investing in AI, whether it be the resources or the manpower that's required for the expertise to develop what's necessary to have AI inside operations, is it going to actually end up costing more than it does now? So this is what we're faced with, and then we're going to take a look at what to do about this. So before we get too far into it, I want to point out there is a difference between AI and automation. And what I mean by this is that AI is actually what a lot of people these days refer to terms of a large language model. That is a particular system that you're prompting it, or you are able to send data to it, and it's giving you a specific knowledge or a specific pattern as its return or as its result. There's also SLMs, which is small language models. These are a lot more custom, and sometimes they are built for specialty purposes. Like, for example, our core AI is based on a SLM model that came prior to these large language models taking off. Both of them are based on what we call neural networks, which operate a lot like the neurons in our brain. Utilizing these systems basically means that you're using AI to a certain extent, whether in pattern recognition or perhaps within the operations, you're using it to perform some type of assessment, which we'll get into later. But this is actually part of a much larger framework of automation, which is, chances are, if you're looking to do something with AI today, you're trying to automate. But we have to understand that automation alone doesn't necessarily mean that you need AI. It could just mean that you need something that is more automatic. These could be rules-based operations. So for example, you could program something to do a specific set of tasks, but you may not necessarily need AI for that. And these could be, for example, these could be based on conditions. You have certain conditions and you can figure out what all the variables are. You can figure out what is the procedure. If you already have a process in place, then it can follow that process step by step. If there are repetitive environments where things happen again and again, and you can have it repeat those steps. If you don't already have a process in place, then you can document that process, what that's like in the perfect case. And what you can do is you can then figure out what pieces of it, or perhaps the entire process, you can automate the entire thing. And then where LLMs kind of, and also SLMs kind of come into play is you need AI because you need it to do a specific part of the automation that just cannot be done by rules, or perhaps it's too difficult to do by rules. If you have something that, say, requires 100 different conditions in order for you to satisfy what you needed to do, unless you want to write out all 100 different conditions, perhaps an LLM and SLM might be a faster way to identify it, more so based on a pattern or a specific way of recognizing what it is that you want it to do. Now, if you have AI and automation, both of them together, then we're actually at the cusp of what I call the dawn of AI agents. Because at the time as we're making this video right now, at the end of 2024, there's already a lot of talk of AI agents and what they're going to be able to do. And a lot of that has to do with taking what's already here with LLMs and then driving that forward with even more automation, even more reasoning. And we'll cover some of that in this presentation as well. But our entire goal should be to turn manual tasks into automation. So one of the things to understand is what are the most used LLMs that are on the market today? And there are both paid and free LLM options. There are open source, closed source. But the main one that is used today that's on the market is OpenAI's ChatGPT. And if we look at Microsoft's Copilot, it's actually also based on the same OpenAI ChatGPT technology. So you have somewhere around 3/4 of the market is basically dominated by ChatGPT technology, essentially. And then the others, they make up 25%, including Gemini and Claude Anthropic and a number of others. So one of the things that I hope to help you out today to kind of figure out is what AI is and what is it not, because there's obviously a lot of talk out there about what AI is or what it should be, but just understand that from a marketing operations standpoint, there are certain things that are going to help you, and then there's others that are not. And so let's kind of address 4 of them here. One is AI is not your friend or your foe. So it's not whether AI is being your friend or whether AI is your enemy. This is more about AI is simply a matter of is it going to help you with your operations? What are the benefits? What are the costs of implementation? And you simply got to just look at AI as a tool. The second thing is AI and LLMs in general, they have limitations. So they are not perfect systems. They're based on probability. They're based on training. That data affects what is going to come out of the LLM and your choice of LLM. And so these systems have to be tested. The third thing is that LLMs are going to have what we call hallucinations. and they may not return everything that is true. As a matter of fact, it may be very difficult for an AI to be able to discern what is true, what is not, because essentially that has to come from you. That has to be decided by the operator, what is true, what is not. And a lot of it is also based on the training data, or what is it being augmented with. Imagine this: if you're using AI for, let's say, some type of role-playing fantasy game, the results you want are going to be something that's very specific towards that. And you don't need, say, a set of facts in order to augment what you need to do there. On the other hand, if you're doing a marketing operations and you are wanting the content that is going to return to be as factual or as accurate as possible, then you're going to need to rely on the AI to be able to come up with the right set of information for you. And so there's got to be ways in which you can validate that information. And we'll talk a little bit about that. But the fourth point is that there are also going to be reasoning engines that are going to be coming out. One of the most advanced is GPT-01, which is actually able to then step-by-step think about the things that it's going to return to you before it does. So whereas an AI, sometimes it's like, oh yeah, I know the answer, here it is. AI systems like GPT-01 are going to look at what you asked of it, look at what results it's going to come back with, and then think about it step by step and go through those steps to see, did I double check my answers? Did I validate against certain factors that it thinks are going to be necessary in order to help you to solve the problem? So these factors all help you to understand exactly how an AI can operate, or basically help you out then with your operations. Right, the other factor that you have to figure out is AI and automation, and what area you're going to have it covered. So I call these entities. And what I mean by this is, so for example, AI and automation can take on an assistant role. Essentially, the goal of this particular set of automations or AI is to help a person or a person in a particular position achieve enhanced efficiency, quality, or speed. Okay, so they're basically going to do things better or faster, or you're going to get improved results because they now have this tech. The other thing is it could be managerial, meaning you're using AI and automation to help manage tasks, set up deadlines, alerts, projects, classifications, sorting, these type of things. And in both of these cases, actually, for example, in our company, we utilize both of these. We have AI that help people in particular roles. We also have AI that are helping on the managerial side, helping managers with their projects, so that essentially they have an assistant to help them, to guide them as to what needs to be prioritized. There's also more of a role-based, where essentially you have an AI and you're looking at utilizing the AI to completely replace a position. In those type of cases, it could be AI standalone, or perhaps it's a mixture of AI and automation, most likely, or even the introduction of AI agents that can work more on an ad hoc basis based on more general instructions and is able to figure things out entirely for you. Okay, so what are the steps? One of the first things that you have to do is you have to identify areas for operation automation. So what this means is, how do you go about figuring out what is AI good for? And how do you start looking at the pieces within your operations to figure that out? There are 6 here that I've listed out that I think are going to help you in this area. One is detailed, nuanced work. So if, say, you have very specific processes, and you know that they have to go through these 14, 20 steps in order to get this process right, then if it's a person that has to go through that, it's gonna, chances are there could be mistakes in between, and they have to go back and figure that out, or a manager has to do oversight. These are the type of processes that you want to look at automating or utilizing AI for. The other is repetitive sets of actions. So there's something that is, as part of your operations, it keeps getting repeated. For example, you may have to constantly look at tasks that are behind schedule, or perhaps you constantly have to do this set of ABC things in order to get project onboarding started. You can look at how to go about setting that up. So for example, at SEO Vendor, we have something called APS, Automatic Program Start. and which allows a complete automation from the time a campaign is ordered to the initial month one that is set up. All of that, we looked at the different pieces of it, and we put that together by first automating small pieces, and then ultimately we automated all the remaining pieces. So something that is like that, that's more of a repetitive set of actions, no matter how complex. You can look at starting from the simple ones and getting to the more complex ones. Mistakes. There are just some things that automation, programmatic methods might actually drive better results for you, just because these are things that are easy for people to make a mistake on. And these are things that actually you don't want people to be concentrating on those things, because it just kind of takes away all their focus from more important, higher priority things. And so those are also areas, if you see a lot of mistakes, a lot of errors in an area, think about whether if there's some way to automate that. Sometimes a mistake could be something as simple as just forgetfulness. It's just something that's so easy to forget at that particular step because they're already thinking about something else. Look at ways to automate that. Processes. So if, say, for example, as we talked about earlier, kind of along the lines of detailed nuance work, but if you have conditions, if you have a process that not necessarily it's just ABC, but it's almost like there's step A, and then depending on what happens in step B, you could end up in D or F or wherever. You could look at how to automate those steps and conditions versus someone having to figure that out or having to then roll through all the training processes. You can look at rolling that training process into a set of conditions, perhaps even programmatically, to be able to figure that out. And then you're just looking at the end result. And then that way, that entire process, if you ever need to change it in the future, you can go back and just modify the steps and your process, right then and there, it's already updated. You didn't have to like retrain 50 people in order for that process to change. The other thing to kind of look at is, so for example, setting up a particular rule. Like, let's say if you're doing, say for us, we're doing SEO analysis, you have to consider over 100, maybe even sometimes 200 different factors. Well, just practically speaking, how is that possible for a person to constantly go through 200 some odd factors for hundreds, sometimes even thousands of projects? It's just, it's just not practical anymore. So you need some way of figuring that out. And one of the ways to figure that out is set a particular threshold for your operations. So for example, if something takes more than 3 or 4 factors, if something has more than 10 factors, then it's time to consider, is there a way to automate that so that those factors could be figured out rather by an AI, which can actually increase your precision, rather than having a person constantly having to go through the same 5 or 10 factors each and every time. The other thing to kind of look at that has more to do with perhaps automation is templates. And if you already have templates in your agency, or if you're already working with some level of templating, you know that it's basically fill in the blanks. So if something is just fill in the blanks and you have that data, then it's time to kind of take a look at where that data is coming from. Perhaps you could just put that data into the template without a person having to intervene to do that, and then having it sent out, because those are the type of I would say mind-numbing work that I think you can put your team members to much better use, and they'll be grateful for that as well. So let's talk a little bit about AI operations and how to go about integrating that, because we've gone through now looking at AI and what it is and what it's not. We've also talked about ways of utilizing AI within operations, but how do you actually go about integrating that? So of course, you got to look at your needs and your budget, as well as look at how much data you have, and task assessments, or whether what it is that you need the most for as far as using AI for. But here's three basically ways that you can look at how to integrate AI for these operations. The first one is the quickest and easiest, which is tools and platforms. So these are like ChatGPT, but these are also like video tools or picture tools that are AI based, that you can utilize and take advantage of today, and you don't have to worry about updating them or some kind of a maintenance upkeep or whatnot. Basically, you subscribe to the tool. Some of them are free, some of them are paid, and you can look at purchasing those tools and integrating them into daily operations, specifically based on particular roles or particular tasks. You can assign them that way. The second way, which is a little bit more advanced, is to look at the problem programmatically or through an API. So you would need a developer for this, but what's great about this is you can develop your own code in combination with your data, in combination with then an external AI. So you don't have to worry about the training part of the AI or the advancement of the AI, but you can basically use the AI through an API in order to get you the results that you want. And the great thing about this is it's customizable. It's based specifically on your operations, on your data, and you would need a programmer for this that knows how to do this. But essentially, once you have that, it's also considered like an investment into the future of the company's operations. The other thing, number three, is probably the most difficult, is to look at some type of in-house self-hosted option. So you could be looking at, say, for example, developing your own large language model or even small language model. You can then train those AI based on either open source models, or you can even use paid models, and they have options to train those AI units as well. But you're looking at that point, probably self-hosting. So if it's a closed system, they're probably not going to let you take away their large language model. But if you're going to develop your own from scratch, or if you're going to utilize an open source based one where you can host it and essentially it's within your properties and it's not shared with anybody else, it's only used by your company. That is a third option. It's also the most customizable option, where essentially you have an AI that's trained based on just the data that you provided, as likely to be also then the most accurate one towards the needs that you have. There's a simple quote actually here, that is, these are the worst AI tools you'll ever use. I forget who said it, but I wrote it here because AI is changing a lot. It's changing all the time. And so I would expect that, 1 year from this presentation, there's probably going to be a great deal of changes that we haven't even seen yet. So I created this AI operations by ARR just to give you a sense of at what stage your agency is at, and perhaps what you should be looking into. Because a lot of what we discussed, some are possible for, say, only large agencies, whereas others, any agency, no matter what size, should be picking those things up. An investment in AI can get expensive, especially if you have to, say, hire prompt engineers or AI modeling engineers. Those can, you could easily rack up, $500,000 a year just for hiring one of those guys. But things like, for example, a small agency can start looking into right now is AI platforms. Look at ChatGPT, look at other platforms, even Gemini, or perhaps even Anthropic, and just get a sense for which AI do you work with the best, or is the best fit for these types of operations, and be very specific about what operations that you want to have AI help on. And part of it is also having to do with having the right training, so that when, say, for example, when people have certain questions that come up, or perhaps they're wondering, well, should I just Google this, and Google isn't giving me the right answers. Well, perhaps part of the operations is that, okay, let me figure out how the LLM would handle it first, and then use that as part of the process to then improve the efficiency or the speed of providing a response, or let's say an analysis. If you're a small to mid-sized company, then you could be looking at not only AI platforms, but start integrating APIs on a more programmatic level. You're going to need it in order to help you to improve the efficiency between tasks, or perhaps between teams, perhaps between operations. And in order to set that up, you can utilize your own data, but you're going to need someone that's going to kind of be a little bit more dedicated on the programming side. Now, of course, you can also outsource that programming to people that are knowledgeable, that are experts in that area. Shouldn't be a problem as well. But if you're a mid-sized agency, your long-term thinking should be not only just about AI integration, but looking at systems as a whole. So how do you develop an entire AI system goes beyond just APIs and programming. It's more about, well, are you going to develop your own in-house AI? Or are you going to look at AI as a particular unique system that you're going to hold in-house, so that people can't take away that technology from you? Or maybe perhaps it's also a matter of risk. Perhaps if you're completely reliant on an AI system that's somewhere else, belongs to another company, you may not be comfortable with them holding onto your data, or every time when the AI is running, the back and forth, and you have to channel that data, it may not be something that you want. So you may be looking at an in-house AI solution for that. The other, and we've talked to several of these agencies as well. These are large, 10 million and above agencies. And beyond just in-house AI, you're probably also looking at the leading edge, or you probably should be looking at the leading edge, which is AI agents. And at that point, it's something what I call positional. So if you're one of these large agencies, it's going to be more about, well, how do you position AI within the company? Because it's going to perhaps have larger roles in terms of in teams. Perhaps you are looking at management over a set of AI systems rather than over a set of necessarily someone that is going to be there in that position to handle that particular role. Perhaps you're looking at AI agents to handle those particular roles. And so you are looking at a much greater deal than just perhaps a particular set of systems. You're now looking at positionally the future of the company, how AI is going to have a larger role in all the different aspects of operations. So the thing that we haven't talked about yet, as we're talking about AI and automation, is, well, what do your people think about it? And here at SEO Vendor, our approach is always going to be a people-first approach. And we hope that as you listen to this presentation and as you hear about different ways in which you can help leverage and utilize AI in your operations, that you're also going to continue to have a people-first approach. And what we mean by this is our mantra is going to be that AI is not here to replace people. AI is here to enhance or to empower people so that they can do extraordinary things that they couldn't do today. And this is very much true when we look at if AI is utilized in the right way, you can have people that are 3 or 4x, even 10x multipliers. Meaning they're much more efficient at what they're doing and they enjoy what they're doing rather than focusing on repetitive tasks or tasks that seem more mundane, that's just going to put them to sleep. They're going to be working on more interesting things, helping the company to find solutions for you. And that's the approach that you want to take with AI is what is it that you're actually looking to automate? What is it that you shouldn't automate first? Because perhaps that is taking the things away that people actually want to focus on those things. So part of this is knowing how to empower and also how to train employees to have the right mindset. If your team members all think that AI is going to replace their jobs, chances are they're probably not going to be able to do a very good job at what they're doing. Also, have a very clear communicative approach to the company's operational alignment as far as AI and automation and how that's going to come into the company. What exactly is it going to do? What exactly you're looking to have in place within, say, the next 3 to 6 months. I think all the stakeholders, no matter if they're at the top of the company or they're just somebody that is in the company that's new, they should be able to at least have some type of understanding the direction in which the company is headed. And so you want to have all the decision makers and all the team members understand the company's policies and positions on AI. So one of the final takeaways that I want you to have from this is just to give you guys a 5-year kind of AI operations report here at SEO Vendor and what we've been able to achieve. First of all, let's look at the improvements. We've been able to improve our productivity by over 4 times, and we're able to measure that based on the amount of output that the team is able to render. We also look at increases in precision. How accurate are the results when we go in and we do a manual audit? How good is the production of the work that is happening? And this is across the board. So this is a mixture of people, AI, automation, and we look at and measure how well are we doing in terms of that precision. But the other thing we also look at is we look at accuracy, and we want to try to reduce errors. Errors means somebody's making a mistake. This is more error prone, or this is likely to have something go wrong. And we've dramatically also improved our error rate, or essentially bringing that number down. The other factor, of course, is cost. As costs are rising across the board for many companies, we found that AI and automation has greatly reduced our costs, which at the end of the day, what it means is that we're also then less likely to pass on those costs onto our clients, which are a lot of white label agencies, marketing companies as well. So we know that if we increase our costs, that also has an impact down the road as well. And overall, if we were to kind of look at operational efficiency, we've measured it. We've been able to measure up to about a 3 times difference in overall operational efficiency in terms of time, resources, and overall our invested assets. We think that definitely AI is not something that's going away, but the more that we are investing in this area, we have definitely seen operational improvements. So I want to thank you for taking the time to listen to this presentation on AI operations, and I really hope that it helps you out. If you have any kind of questions, feel free to just reach out to us at any time. We'd be more than happy to talk to you about AI and operations. We are a white label SEO company, so a lot of the operations that we talked about today, we actually implement these, and we've been doing so for at least the last 7 or 8 years or so. So I hope you enjoyed this, and take care, and talk to you again soon.
Thank you, Jim. That was really interesting. I'm really looking forward to AI agents to see what that is all about when it comes out. So yeah, great talk there. Just a reminder, obviously we've been going about 3.5 hours now. So on LinkedIn, if you're watching on there or via playback on LinkedIn, it will cut out after 4 hours, and there are 2 amazing talks left. So you don't want to miss those. So if you head over to YouTube, type in search with Sean, you'll find catch up with the live if you're, this was a few days ago or whatever, or just you'll see it, and I'll share on LinkedIn as well. So let's get going, because time is of the essence, and that's so yeah. Before I go on to it, the next video is by Sophie Fell, and it's all around how to use search ads for the full funnel. So Sophie explains how to target the full funnel with search ads, breaking down each stage from awareness to conversion. She covers viewability, engagement, tools for insights, and offers campaign and advert recommendations to optimize results. So again, we've had such a wide range of videos on this event. So yeah, if you've missed any, do go back, because like I say, such a great range of videos. Okay, here we go. Enjoy.
Hello, Search with Sean. Sophie Fell here. Super excited to present to you today a guide on how to use search ads for the full funnel. So by way of really quick introduction, my name's Sophie. I've spent the last 9 years or so working in paid media. I absolutely love it. Now I spend a lot of my time writing, thinking, and speaking about paid media. So this presentation here has come off the back of my Brighton SEO talk that I did earlier this year. And what I did was kind of expanded it to go into a little bit more detail about best practices for mid-funnel and for lower funnel ads too. So I'm really excited to talk to you today. Hopefully you will like this. And yeah, let's get started. So we're starting with the traditional funnel model, of awareness, consideration, and conversion. Now, typically, we tend to use in paid media and within marketing, Google Ads and PPC tactics to push conversions, right? It's a conversion-oriented process naturally. And as a result, we're very, very used to seeing a direct return from our Google Ads and our marketing efforts, or our Microsoft Ads. And as a result, I think now we've got into this difficult position where we're so used to seeing ROI and ROAS and that direct return from Google Ads, where people are then nervous and scared to use Google Ads effectively for kind of mid and upper funnel tactics and for those kinds of results. So what I would love to do in this presentation is hopefully, again, share some best practices, share some tips, and show how you can effectively use search ads for all kind of funnel objectives from top, driving awareness with search ads, driving consideration with search ads, and then of course driving conversion with search ads, which I'm sure we all know how to do very, very well. So let's take a look at traditionally why this hasn't worked, and why when we attempt it or have attempted it previously, it seemed like Google Ads doesn't work for those, again, upper funnel and mid funnel objectives. So again, it is naturally a conversion-oriented process. The point of Google Ads is to get in front of the right customer at the right time when they're searching for what they're looking for, and then turn them into a conversion. I think we get confused sometimes, and we think a conversion has to be, a sale or a lead form submission. But actually, the word conversion, kind of just embodies any action that we want a client to take. So that could be a product page view, that could be a pricing or pricing comparison page view, that could be an add to cart. So I think it's really important that we keep that definition in our minds of what a conversion is. And sometimes it's better to say action oriented instead, just to kind of unblur those lines of what that means. There's no real discovery process with search ads, especially when you compare it to things like social media or TV, streaming ads, billboards, and things like that, where you can kind of generate that mass reach very quickly. We don't have that luxury with search. We have to wait, right? We have to wait for someone to type in the perfect keyword, and then, we go through the auction process, which is sometimes very aggressive, to get in front of that particular person at the right time. So although it's helpful for awareness and driving discovery and viewability, it is difficult when compared to other upper funnel methods to generate that quick reach at scale. Again, we are so used to putting money into Google Ads, Bing Ads, Microsoft Ads, and getting that return that it's often and historically, and even today, honestly, been very difficult to justify a return for our clients or the brands we work for, again, with those top of funnel and mid funnel ads. And that's what makes it very difficult to justify from a business perspective. And again, in the same vein, that lack of attribution, we don't have, again, the luxury of always seeing, the first engagement that someone's had with us, maybe the first ad interaction, the first touch point, and how that translates. And often we see that sources like organic or direct traffic will kind of mop that up for us from Google Ads and PPC. So we don't always necessarily get the credit, even though we may have been responsible for that initial interaction or even most of the touch points along the way. So in my kind of perpetual conquest to change the way we think about the funnel, I want to really have a look at what awareness actually is, because we talk about awareness a lot, and again, upper funnel, top of funnel objectives, but what is it actually? And I think in the last 10 years or so, the word awareness has kind of evolved, right? I think that we tend to think of awareness as a customer having, a deep understanding of us as a brand, what we stand for, the products and services that we sell. I think as a result, things have got confused. But I would actually argue that awareness is basically, again, the knowledge that your brand or product or service exists. So in order to kind of cut down on that confusion, I've actually split the kind of traditional funnel into these 3 objectives, just to help us kind of keep on track with what we're actually trying to achieve at each stage. So for awareness, our focus should be on kind of viewability and visibility. So again, really, really important that our ads are at the top, our ads are being seen at the right place and at the right time. And it's not necessarily about driving traffic or even generating consideration at this point. Obviously, we hope that that's kind of where the trajectory will go, from viewability to engagement to conversion. But at this stage, our main goal should be generating that viewability and that visibility. So with that said, imagine a world where you could appear at the top of the SERP as soon as someone has an issue or a question that your product or service can solve. And I think, again, this is the really important part of awareness. You don't necessarily need to drive brand awareness at that upper stage of the funnel. I think what's really important is that, and we'll have a look at some user behavior in a minute, that we can effectively answer those questions. And again, getting in front of the right people at the right time. Exactly at the moment, they're using search to find an answer to their questions, and it's something that we're able to do. And they may not even be considering, what their potential options are, or considering buying a product, or considering investing in a service at that point. But this is the point, right? We want to get in front of them at that time and tell them, hey, we exist. So, some user behavior research really quickly. So this to me is really interesting to see how this has evolved over time. But some research by Neil Patel Digital done this year in 2024 has shown that in 2020, when people had questions online, 98% of the time they would go to search engines to find the answer. Again, 1% social media, and then 1% everywhere else. Now, we know that that's changed a lot. And again, so much has changed in the last 4 or 5 years in marketing. But we can see now that there's now 2%. We've got AI chatbots, which weren't even as much of a widely used thing back in 2020. 30% of people now turning to AI chatbots to find answers to their questions online, and 7% on social media. And that's really interesting because obviously we're seeing the trend of people tend to TikTok and use TikTok as a search engine as well. So really, really interesting information. While we can see people are perhaps shifting away from search engines, the majority of traffic, that 61%, is still there, right? So we know that there's a very healthy chunk of people who search for questions online using search engines. And again, this provides the perfect opportunity for us to get in front of them to drive awareness. We've also got some stats by Lunio. Lunio, if you're watching this, or anyone from Lunio, I apologize for the way I've presented this. But actually, this was a really, really interesting piece of research that showed that 92% of searches online aren't questions, but 8% are. So again, there's that real volume there, especially when you consider how many searches there are a day, how many people there are in the world. I think it would be, silly to ignore the fact that 8% of searches are questions. So again, I think a real opportunity there for marketers to utilize that. So this was an awesome example of this that I saw earlier this year. It was shared by Boris Beckerick on LinkedIn. And this is a really chef's kiss example of getting top of funnel search right. So the keyword there was dog eats grass and vomits. So unfortunately, his dog was sick. His dog had an upset tummy. His dog is fine now, I've been assured. But what was really interesting, and that he found interesting, was that the sponsored ad, the first headline matched his keyword exactly. So it's saying, did your dog eat grass and is it now vomiting? And then the next headline is, this is how you can help the dog. So while he kind of turned to Google in this case for advice, wasn't necessarily in kind of that purchasing mode, perhaps didn't even know a product existed that could help with this. This is a really, really effective ad. And it goes on to talk about, this is how you can help the dog. Here's the products. It talks about probiotics. It talks about their brand. It talks about symptom checker as well. So what they've done in this ad is provide that potential solution to that question or that problem or that concern. But then they've also really demonstrated that kind of authority and expertise on the topic too. Now, whether Boris then went on to click this ad, it certainly took his attention, but whether he went on to click the ad, find out more, he quit his search at this point, maybe he found a Q&A on another website or an FAQ that had a quicker answer to his question. I think what's really important to think about is what was achieved by him seeing this ad and reading this ad. And it's awareness, and it's that visibility. And that's the main thing that we're trying to achieve here. It doesn't necessarily have to be about driving conversion straight away. Maybe by the time he searched this, his problem was over, But I think what's really important is that brand is now top of mind for next time, or another time it happens, or if his dog, touch wood, gets sick another way, he knows there's a symptom checker on this website, for example. So I really think this does a really positive example of using top of funnel search. And obviously, as a pay-per-click activity, you don't pay if no one clicks your ad. So I think it's perfect. So how do we as marketers, again, find those accurate questions to answer? And how do we find the kind of relevant, keywords to use, right? That's the main thing we need in our campaigns is keywords. So how do we find those? So there's a couple of tools online that do a really good job of this. So alsoask.com is great. It's also used for SEO. I think it might traditionally be an SEO tool, but very, very helpful for PPC too. So on the left, you can see alsoask.com. So again, it's a case of popping in, you can use the name of your brand, you can use the name of your service or product, or you can use more of a general term, for example, like accounting services. And what that does is then builds you a gigantic list. This is a very small screenshot of what came back from it. With, again, all the questions that people are asking for search engines related to that topic. Answer the Public does a very, very similar thing. I think using both tools in tandem, if you can, is a really good idea. And again, put in your kind of industry, your brand, your product, your service, and you'll get this beautiful wheel of questions. And this one's separated into like what, why, are, how, can sort of questions. It's a really great wheel of information. And while all of them might not be relevant, I'm sure in each of those cases there will be a few that you can use. You can also use keyword planning tools, so Google Keyword Planner, Microsoft Keyword Planner. And something that I like to do is I use Chrome, so I go in incognito on Chrome so that my search history doesn't affect what I'm looking for. And what you can do, so again, if we're saying accounting software, accounting services, you can write that and then follow that query with, what, how, why, and then the autocorrect that comes down will then give you some ideas of what people are searching for too. So lots of really, really great and in some case free tools that you can use to find the right questions that users were asking about, again, your product, your brand, and your service. In my opinion, competitor ads work really well. Using your ads to target your competitor brand terms works really, really well. So we can see here in the one on the top right, it's a search for Xero, but then this other brand is saying, have you outgrown Xero? Move up a step, grow faster. And again, really, really great opportunity there. And I think, again, over time, we get stuck in thinking there's this single funnel journey. And maybe if you're in a trial for, project management software like Monday.com, people will think you're in the conversion stage for project management software as a whole. But actually, if you then searched Monday.com, for example, and then saw an ad for a different brand, you're still then generating awareness for this brand. So I think it's really important to think, especially now, those user journeys aren't as linear or straightforward online as they once were. And actually multiple funnel journeys for the same thing, the same product, the same service can be occurring at the same time. So just because you're in the conversion stage with Monday.com, that doesn't mean you're not still in the awareness and consideration stage for other brands too. And I think, again, competitor ads are a really great way to drive that visibility and lower down the funnel too, right? If you know someone is considering or at the conversion stage with another project management tool, that's the perfect time to get your ads in front of them and have them consider yours instead. So in terms of some more hands-on tips, so we're talking a lot, instead of keywords or single words, we're talking a lot here about answering questions. So how can we effectively and properly and usefully answer these questions using PPC? So as we saw in the example earlier, you want to offer that direct answer or that direct solution in the headlines. That's the first bit of the ad, the biggest bit of the ad, and the bit that really grabs the eye as a user scrolling, particularly if multiple ads are appearing, or even we're seeing recently ads being mixed in within the kind of the middle of the SERP. So you may have a few organic slots, then an ad, then some more organic slots. So really important that this stands out. Consider using dynamic keyword insertion, again, matching the user's search query. And again, in that example we had earlier, that was a really, really solid example of matching the user's query and intent exactly. And while I'm not usually a fan of pinning, I think in this situation it makes sense to pin your headlines to create that kind of coherent response. So if you're using kind of granular ad groups and you've got maybe 2 or 3 similar questions in the same ad group, you don't want to accidentally give an answer or response for something completely different, because it just won't match what the user's looking for. So I would say really important to pin those headlines, use those granular ad groups, those granular themes. They don't have to be skags, but granular ad groups where the questions are very, very similar and have very similar answers, and make sure that you're pinning again to make sure that the key headlines and the key answers to the questions that people have are right there. In terms of the ad itself and the ad extensions available, again, we're creating visibility, but we also do want to generate consideration and that memory, right? And the brand salience. So use your business name extensions, use your business logos to start creating that brand recognition. Add relevant images at the ad group level. Again, we'll be answering lots of maybe semi-different questions. So how do we create accurate content and relevant content for each ad group? Where you can, use reviews in your content, or if you're using Microsoft Ads, use review extensions. Add price and promo assets. So again, this is a really great way to kind of pre-qualify your audience as well, even at this stage. So price and promo assets are a really, really good one. And again, your kind of site links, call outs, structured snippets, they'll add extra content. So again, taking up the real estate and the SERP, but also extra context. So again, like we just saw in the example, we could see a symptom checker, we could see probiotics for dogs and things like that. And obviously, if someone is using the search term that Boris was using, that is the perfect target audience, right? Someone with a dog, at least one dog. So really, really important to add that additional content and context too. And yeah, as I mentioned, use those granular ad groups. Keep them very tight-knit, keep them very closely themed. I'm not saying you have to do this for search ads at every stage of the funnel, but for these upper funnel awareness, visibility driving ones, I would definitely suggest it. And again, use target impression share bidding. Make sure we're matching the bidding strategy to the goal we want to achieve. And if you put all that together, you will have something like this. So this is an ad mock-up. It features pictures of my dog, because who doesn't love pictures of dogs? So first headline, do you have this problem? Obviously, you don't need to write that specifically, but it's a kind of a prompt to suggest what to have there. Here's the perfect solution. Into the description lines, have you considered this? This product or service can offer a quick and easy solution. Again, we know when people searching online, they're generally particularly in B2C and D2C, we know that people are looking for that quick resolution, quick answers. So offering a quick and easy solution. Again, then trying to demonstrate that trust and authority. So with 99 years of experience, we can help. And then again, try us free for 30 days. So lots of really great kind of USPs, features, benefits within just those 3 lines of text. And here we've got the business logo too. We've also got some site link extensions, some call outs, etc. So we're talking about reviews, we're talking about a 12-month guarantee, we're talking about the award-winning solutions, and then there's about us too. So people really have those options to find out more about you. They don't have to navigate directly to the product page. But yeah, again, that awareness, that visibility, that brand recognition all gets achieved with an ad like this. So next we'll move on to consideration. So we've done awareness, we've driven that visibility, that viewability, brand recognition, and now we're at the next stage of the funnel. So as we mentioned earlier, next is engagement. So now we're ready, right? We're ready to start driving that traffic and getting in front of those key users. So driving relevant, important, and quality, very important, traffic to your website when users are considering or kind of weighing up their options. And this is the goal of search ads in the middle of funnel. So we might see things like product name, product type searches. People might be looking for branded comparisons. So again, I keep going back to the project management tool. realm. So Monday.com, for example, how does that compare to Trello or Jira or Asana? This is something that traditionally works very well in SEO, but it does work beautifully in PPC too. Again, when people are considering their options, they're generally not considering 1 or 2 brands. It could be 5, 6, 7 brands. So this is a really great one. What's cheaper out of these 2? What's quicker out of these 2, which has easier onboarding, etc., etc. And again, at this stage, someone knows they want the product, so they're maybe not sure where to get it from or who to buy from. So we're then looking at things like best, top rated. We might then see reviews, Monday.com reviews, for example. Cheapest, in some cases, people just want the cheap option. So this is a really great way to think about what your middle of funnel keywords should be and how you can address them. So how do we effectively address these terms using PPC? Well, at this point, we know a little more about the audience. They've already seen at least one of our ads. There's probably been a few touch points realistically by the time they get to this point. Or maybe you're lucky enough that one of your competitors has an enormous search budget or enormous video budget and is doing a massive campaign about how great accounting software is, and you can kind of hijack that too. So by now we know a lot more about our buyer persona, so we can address their pain points directly in the ads. Again, what are we trying to achieve? Well, we're trying to achieve traffic at this point. We're trying to encourage interaction. We're trying to encourage clicks. Focus on your USPs, your features, your benefits. So in the headline text, again, match those keywords that you know people are looking for. Best, top rated, reviews, etc. And again, encourage clicks and action with CTAs. And this is the really important bit. I think sometimes particularly awareness and conversion and consideration ads, we sometimes miss the CTAs, or sometimes we're a bit vague. Or sometimes we'll even use, 3 different CTAs and, without that kind of thinking about the customer journey and the single action that we want them to take. So it could be, you might have an ad that's like, learn more here and sign up to our newsletter, and a call extension that says, give us a call. And this makes the user journey very confusing for the user. They don't know what to do next. You're not clearly directing them to that action that you want them to take. So really, really important that we keep on top of our CTAs. And similarly to those awareness ad extensions or ad assets, so yeah, using price and promo extensions, using reviews and content or review extensions. And again, at this point, we want to be really clear on our content that we use in our ad assets too. So case studies, comparison pages, calculator tools, those are really effective. White papers sharing results, so like come and check out how we saved X amount of time or X amount of money for this client. So here is our ad. So we're addressing that key term, top rated, right? So top rated LMS software. Very key USP, very key pain point here, save 33% on training costs. Are you ready to save up to 50% annually on staff training time and 33% on training costs? Well, very few people would say no to that, I'm sure. Take our free ROI calculator to find out how quickly you can save. So again, you're not necessarily saying like, come to the website and click everywhere and find out more about us or learn more, for example, which is very vague. You're giving them a direct action, right? Like use our calculator, find out how quickly you can save. And obviously this can then, for your brand, generate leads at this point too, right? Or customer data that you can then remarket, retarget, send emails to and things like that. Again, we've got a review extension here. And then we're talking about the reviews that we've got, how much money you could save, why we're top rated. And I think this one's really important. So when someone uses the terms best, top rated, high rating, award winning, I think it's really important personally to provide the backup. So top rated by LMS.com, perfect, right? And train staff faster. So again, addressing pain points, addressing features, addressing benefits, all in this kind of 3 or 4 sentence ad here. And finally, conversion ads. So this bit's going to be the shortest bit because I feel like we all know how to do conversion ads really well, but I'm going to share some top tips anyway. Hopefully they'll be relevant. So We've done viewability, we've done engagement, and now we're driving conversion. We just need to remember what I said at the beginning. Conversion isn't necessarily always a lead generation or a sale. Conversion can mean a lot of different actions, but they have to be the ones that are important to your business. So drive conversions from qualified potential leads, and again, qualified is the important bit there. So brand names, product names, and then again, those really key intent to buy keywords. So buy, discount, promo code, coupon, upgrade, things like that. Again, very high intent search terms here that is really important we get in front of. So how do we effectively address these search terms using search? Well, again, it sounds straightforward, but we miss the mark. This is marketers very often. So encourage conversion with clear CTAs, again, remembering the action you want them to take. Make the landing page clear in display paths. Match headline text with search queries. So again, if someone's typed in promo code, don't ignore that. If someone's typed in discount code, don't ignore that. Don't just gloss past it. The way to drive traffic and conversions is to, again, match exactly or very, very closely to what they're looking for. And then demonstrate urgency. You want to really encourage conversions now. So, act quickly, shop now, call today, hurry, sale ends soon. And dynamic features like countdown ads, for example, are a really great way of doing this too. So you have this kind of live active countdown, or, hurry, sale ends in 2 days, 1 day, 30 minutes, for example. Again, these are all really, really key ways of generating conversions. And then again, with your ad assets, what do we want to do? So we want to remind people of the USPs again, right? Why are they choosing you? Why should they choose you? Highlight how straightforward the process is. So where possible, get a quote in 5 minutes, free onboarding support, free shipping, call us 24/7. So this is kind of, you're throwing everything at it at this point to drive this conversion. How can we encourage a user to take action now and also show them that we're the best? Our product, our brand, our service is the one that they should pick. And here's your mock ad. So upgrade your staff training. Hurry, 50% sale off ends today. And then kind of addressing the pain points again. Are you ready to take back control of your staff training? We have a free onboarding program. That's a huge blocker for people when looking at LMSs. And 24/7 support, again, really, really important. Call our experts now. So again, that CTA, what are we asking them to do? We want them to call. Call our experts now to lock in a 50% saving on team upskilling costs in 2025. So the CTA is really clear, right? We've addressed their pain points. We've addressed why they should choose us. We have our site link extensions here and our call out, so the fastest LMS ever. We have reviews, quick onboarding process. Again, that can be something that is a huge blocker. And call us. So we're seeing that in the description, we're saying call our experts now, and we have the call extension too. So hopefully this is a really clear way, again, to drive that action that we want users to take. So in summary, I know we've done 31 minutes of this already. So what do we want to focus on? We want to focus on viewability, we want to focus on engagement, and we want to focus on conversion. Where possible, and it's often possible, we want to match the ad copy to the action you want the user to take. And again, I know it sounds straightforward, but we miss the mark on this as marketers very often. And then define keywords, ad copy, assets, CTAs, even user intent for each stage of the funnel. So at the engagement stage of the funnel, what are they looking for? At the viewability stage of the funnel, what are they looking for? What questions do they want answered? At the conversion stage of the funnel, what questions do they want answered? What are they looking for? And it should be 3 very separate things. Perfect, so that is it from me. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you found this useful. Any questions, please do let me know, and thank you.
Another great video, and yes, now you're probably only watching this on YouTube because the 4 hours has passed, so we got cut off LinkedIn. So we're still on YouTube, so we keep on with the show. And yeah, we still got one more video to go, and it's a really good one, so you definitely don't want to miss it. So we get to it, and obviously if you haven't enjoyed this event, please do like and share, subscribe, comment, whatever. It all helps. It really does. So please continue to do that. You know, tell us your favorite bits, who your favorite video was, you know, all those things. I want to know, because it helps me produce other shows as well and put on other events. And if you're enjoying certain topics, I will continue to do more of that. So yeah, let's get on to the last one, because it's a really great video, and it's by Miriam Jessia, and it's going down the image SEO rabbit hole. It's a really entertaining, fascinating video, and it basically explores image optimization, as you could gather, and covering emerging trends and practical steps for conducting an image audit. So yeah, definitely hang on for this one, because I learned a lot personally.
Welcome to Going Down the Image SEO Rabbit Hole 2025. My name is Miriam Gessier, and you're going to love me. I'm the person at the left of your screen. Pay attention and you'll figure out why. If you don't know me, you can always Google my first name and my job. You'll find me just fine. It's one of my most ridiculous flexes. And images are not all that I talk about. I've been in the search industry for quite a while, and I've learned a thing or two about a thing or two. Let's get back to images. One of the tools that I use quite a lot is Google Cloud Vision. This is a free demo of the tool. You can get a good idea of how advanced image vision has become. So Google's very good at reading what's on my slide. Very, very good. Except for a few things. Google can't tell that I'm a see you next Tuesday. I told you you'd love me. Check again on the left side of your screen. Yes, I'm there. I'm smiling, and my t-shirt says, see you next Tuesday. You can read it now because I told you where to look. And if you are not able to, don't worry. It's just a smiling person wearing a black t-shirt that says, see you next Tuesday. The machine was not able to catch this. That's the type of stuff I love to learn about image optimization. And if I'm being honest, this talk should be called Image Optimization Advice for a Multimodal World. Here's why. Images are a key component of multimodal communication. And as humans, this is how we communicate a lot. This is also how we tend to search naturally. We've had to force ourselves to do, very clipped, very purpose-driven, keyword-driven searches. But ultimately, we have a tendency to use different ways of creating meaning and communicating that meaning. So images, memes, yeah, they're a big portion of that. They're not the only semiotic modes, but they're pretty big up there when it comes to us communicating, searching for stuff, etc. Basically being human. And 50% of online shoppers say images help them decide what to buy. This Google consumer survey kind of highlights why the search engine cares about image optimization in 2025. But our brains are also wired to process visual information quickly and efficiently. What does it mean? It means that there's money to be made in parsing and ranking images. So here's the hierarchy of cloud vision. It kind of seeks to mimic how we operate as humans. It first checks faces and emotions the way we do. That's why there's so many smiling people in hero banners. Then objects, then tags. This is where, image vision kind of differs. Web entities that are reflected, text, properties such as colors and other ratios, and then, is it safe? Can I show this to my users? While images are critical for satisfying, the visual experience most of us expect online, delivering them efficiently isn't easy. That's why we're talking about this today. Because normally you would go through the lighthouse audit that would tell you to optimize stuff, size stuff, serve new generation formats, display the stuff in the right ratio, and then lazy load. Okay, great, but let's go beyond that. Let's try to understand what's going on so we can actually make a difference. I know that going into this talk, people are expecting me to talk about ranking factors, so I'm going to show them on the screen for a little bit. I'm not going to be going over them because I need all of us focused on what truly will move the needle. What will? Well, your images must match the user's intent. They must provide relevant and useful visual information. Remember how I said that they were pretty important in the way we think about making meaning out of stuff and communicating with each other and searching for stuff? Well, it's because images are very information dense. A single image can convey complex information more efficiently than text alone. Visual formats allow audiences to quickly grasp trend patterns and relationships between elements that we would have a hard time communicating adequately via text, for example. Information density is the bang for your buck when it comes to content creation. It's a qualitative assessment of how much information you can pack in a given space or format, which means that we have to talk about EAT. Yeah, images are great when it comes to expertise, experience, authority, trust, everything that helps define what high quality content is. And high quality visual content is credible, unique, original, and it shows a personal perspective, a first-hand experience, or it's done by artists. This is reflected in the Google Quality Rater Guidelines. It says original photos or video footage produced by the website or content creator is seen as high quality main content. And I've gone through all of these guidelines and created a table you see below. So you feel free to take a screenshot of this slide. It helps you figure out, based on the type of page, what is the type of image expected on there? What would be the purpose? And provides a neat little example. And beyond EAT, you need to make your images readable by search engines. How do you do that? Make sure that objects are visible and that the backgrounds are light. And if you are going to use GenAI images in your shopping feed, you need to know and apply these labels. You can differentiate between images that have been created from sample content, created without training data, or images that are a composite image with synthetic elements. These guidelines are available on Google Merchant Center. And if you're not on there, that's fine. We need to talk about image properties that help, optimize stuff a bit better for search engines. File name, format, URL path, source set attribute, alt attribute, title attribute. That's quite a list. And we do talk about a few of them ad nauseum to the point that you don't want to pay attention to it anymore. So we're going to go over certain things a bit faster and more in depth about the stuff you're not used to talking about. First, please, if you are going to download my stock photos from Unsplash for low quality EAT content, at least change the name. That's why we say that, the file name is important. This is not a good look. And when it comes to image source set, you should know that this attribute helps define the set of images that the browser can select from, as well as the size of each image. So yes, we do care about this. And if you're telling yourself, oh, not another thing I have to check, there is an open source tool called Resp Image Link that will do these checks for you. Okay, so the more you know. When it comes to alt attributes, simply be descriptive and relevant. Trying keyword stuffing is not going to help you, but quick tip, LLMs are pretty great in a pinch to help provide context to whatever image you're about to share on social media. And if you're wondering what the difference is between an alt attribute and, you know, an image, title, and a legend, well, they're used differently. The alt text is for ranking, the title is more contextual, which means that text near the images adds to their relevance. And if you want to ensure that you have a good baseline when it comes to image optimization, use a CDN. That's basically what I can advise you to do. CDNs help with substantial savings when it comes to image file sizes, but they also can automatically select the best quality and format depending on the user's situation. Browser caching is something you should also consider because there's some images that you can cache for quite a while. You're not going to renew them every month. And of course, compress the images, use the right formats, and display them at the right size. Great. That covers most of it. We're almost done with this talk. I'm just gonna, go a bit further. Images cause a lot of layout shifts. Yep. Here's why. Back in the day, we cared about width and height. They had to be specified. And then kind of gave up. It wasn't required. And now it's required again because modern browsers really use that. Otherwise, it causes CLS issues. But not all theme makers are up to date when it comes to CMS stuff, so please make sure you check. Perceived image quality is also subjective. It depends on image content, screen size, resolution, and each person looking at the content. Whew, that makes it hard. So what are the pillars you should be paying attention to? Having the right format, responsive images, lazy loading, and accessibility. Great, but the right format is pretty elusive. You can find it at the crossroads of desired visual results and functional requirements. What does it mean? It means that I have some advice because everyone always asks me, hey, what should I do? Well, let me boil it down to you. Two very simple things. Your target should be 100 kilobytes, but if it's not, if you're above 500, you should be looking at compression, okay? And the tricky thing about format is that you can have the same format, but the image content will impact its efficiency. So that means that you can save images in the same format, same quality, same configuration, and they could still end up being different sizes. So things are not easy. There's a few things that you can do to decide which format you're going to use, but what we need to discuss today is that there's brand new formats that are very good at compressing things. WebP is one of those that can compress images 25 to 35% more compared to JPEGs or PNGs. But now Google accepts AVIF as well, and that's a big deal because this includes moving images. Yeah, animated GIFs, here we go. We're finally getting somewhere. You can also consider progressive JPEGs. It's a low resolution preview of an image. It helps people feel like things are loading faster when they're not really. So there's quite a few libraries that can help you achieve that effect if you need that for your business. You can also combine JPEG encoders like Wetzli or MozJPEG and layer them to compress images a bit more efficiently. Because effective compression reduces the size of an image while delivering a crisp level of detail. We need stuff that looks good and loads fast. There's 3 compression types: lossy, lossless, and glossy. The reality is, most of the time, you're going to go for lossy because it removes actual pixels, so it makes things truly lighter. And glossy is a mix between lossy and lossless, so very nice to know. You also have a tool that Google makes available for you for free to estimate the point when a person will notice that you have compressed things too much and that the quality is just no good anymore. So that can avoid a lot of problems. When it comes to lazy loading, please keep in mind, never, ever, ever lazy load a hero banner at the top of the page, okay? That is the most common error that I see. Please don't do that. And if you want to get started with concrete stuff, meaning auditing your images, identify image stance pages, figure out what your opportunities are, check image file sizes with a crawler, try to figure out what the pattern is, like what are the heaviest images and why. Check if you're using new formats and check if lazy load is working properly, aka turned on but not for the hero banner. If you want to go further, an image performance budget sets limits and provides a useful framework to discuss performance with stakeholders. This means that, you could agree as a company that images should not be more than this size or users must be able to interact with the page in under 3 seconds. Like, these are objectives you can set in your budget to then reverse engineer where you need to be at from a technical standpoint. So I hope that this was useful to you, and I hope to see you soon around the internet. Bye!
Sorry about that. I don't know. It's hard to keep up when videos finish on this platform. But what a fascinating video. Everything about image optimization, really awesome. And really appreciate that one. And thanks for not saying the C word. That also helps. Generally, to finish off, thank you all for watching day one of Search with Sean. And thanks again to all the amazing speakers. They really put a lot of effort in. I really appreciate their time and effort they put into their talks. And this is all kind of pre-wrote this, so hopefully nothing major happened. I don't think it has. And if you enjoyed this, don't forget that day 2 will be streamed on YouTube and LinkedIn on Friday. Again, 10 o'clock to 2 o'clock. Greenwich Mean Time. So do check that out. Follow me on LinkedIn or you can go on YouTube and you can press, notify me. Obviously, you missed any of this, then you can catch up via the YouTube channel. You go on the live section and you can replay it all back. There's some great talks, so I do recommend that. And subscribe, like, comment, all that stuff really, really does help grow the channel. So I really, really do appreciate it if you can do that and, tell others about the channel. That really is appreciated. And just generally, just finish off, there's one more date in January I'm looking at to do another day 3 of Search with Sean Live. And again, got some great videos for that. So a lot going on the channel. So that's why it's even more important to subscribe to be the first to hear that. So thank you everyone. Take care. Have a good day. Stay safe. Bye-bye.